ruling yesterday
Yes, please.
overruling the objection by the defense where
What's going to happen?
certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th involving Mr. Murdaugh or Murdaugh.
He said Murdaugh. I think he said Murdaugh.
In the questioning, cross-examination of the witness by Mr.
Oh, he's making a more thorough record for that ruling.
Whether he could think of any reason,
That's what I said.
gist of it, if he could think of any reason possible
Conceivable.
why
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Mr. Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing. That, in effect, turned the cross-examination of that witness from
Character. It turned into character.
dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness
That's what I said.
for
It opened the door
Mr.
to the
Murdaugh.
character.
Among his other areas of inquiry was his being a loving father, great provider, financially secure, things of that nature, all indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements or circumstantially through the evidence. That opened the door for the state to respond
About character.
by asking questions, as the state did.
I thought so too. Look, y'all, I just like to watch.
Hence, the court overruled the
courting.
objections.
I like
In
to watch
addition
court
to all of
courting.
that, the objection was totally inappropriate. As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties
The court was this is
early in the
the
trial.
objection was this is inappropriate.
that
That's not a legal
objection should
grounds.
be made, and the legal basis stated an objection of totally
He's done with the
inappropriate
defense's shit.
is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection. That summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue.
I agree with that.
Questions yesterday, and that
I agree with him.
character type evidence was not only sought by
The defense elicited it first.
from Mr. Gibson, but also, was it Loving?
Will
But also Mr. Loving.
they did? They got into character with it.
And none of that really implicated Rule 404.
Because it was character,
404B.
not motive.
One, it opened the door. Number two, it's 404A type reputation, questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules.
But I think it's
thirdly,
time.
it addressed an issue raised in the case by the defense.
I think it's time to talk
The
about
defense
motive.
in the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening
The
statement
defense
throughout.
asserted it.
In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case
Yes.
was a reason for
Someone else to have ill will towards the
the
defendant.
murders to have occurred.
Yes.
And by the defense
prosecution
inquiring
gets to
of the
rebut it.
witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the boating case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue. And that's the basis for the court's ruling as
The
to
court knows this is an issue
opening the
that could be
door.
appealed.
introducing the boating case and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond. Under Rule 403, yet to be addressed by the court is Rule 404 issues.
404 is not found.
Those issues
We'll get there.
Will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera. And I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go prior to addressing any other.
Well, we do have first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person
That'll
can
be
make
fast.
the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward.
Because the court told you
with
to.
some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404.
The court
but
is
that's also gonna put
packed.
some of the 404 issues squarely
And
squarely
403.
into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor.
Dick looks pissed.
With the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread.
No, that's what the court said.
What we needed to be ready to do. But
No, that's what the court
kind of
said.
we
That's what I heard the
focused
court said.
Last night and are ready to address this morning.
Well, the court didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, the jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea with greater thought to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the two law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these two witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to.
Oh, I love he's just going to the evidence code.
Show
Get it?
propensity to commit the crime. Or
I will answer
crime, but it may
cameras
be
or
admitted
answer
for
questions in a
certain other
second.
reasons, including
This chat does not have closed caption.
motive,
I know it's out of
identity,
sync, but I can't refresh it. We'll miss it.
intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan.
He's going through the law. I'm just wondering if I can reach my
Additionally,
evidence code with.
Well, I'll address it
wandering
later
MRA.
regarding race geste, but my view
You
of the
start getting into
evidence
race
is
geste,
that
everyone's going to lose their mind, Your Honor.
evidence
Nobody wants to
of
get into Latin.
the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan, given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the
court was ready to rule
issue
this morning.
of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic an occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime.
Context is so important in this
This
case.
state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B,
Really?
but the courts have addressed that issue
In case law?
in some of the cases,
Makes sense.
particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee
He said
McGee
it himself.
from Richland County,
I love him so much.
in which the res gestae was used as a basis for the
That's
courts
such a flex. It's such a fucking
properly
flex.
allowing
That was such a.
certain evidence,
Oh my God.
including evidence
Flex.
of commission of an earlier crime.
As I previously said.
The test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that
The court
opinion on the
him.
res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving
Context.
its immediate context
Context.
or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charge that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other.
Race gestae
And thus
just means
is part of the res
circumstances,
gestae
events,
of the crime charged.
remarks, the context of the race gestae is the
and-
context.
And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involving in that case, the court
We are interested.
held that did not require a 403 analysis.
He's now talking about the appeals court reviewing his ruling. He's like, and they said I'm right.
Because the evidence was properly admitted as part of the res gestae, the issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible.
He's making a thorough record because he knew the defense was like, we're
Provided
appealing
that
this shit
the
if we lose.
proper
Because they would, and they will.
scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and
and
logical
thorough record.
relationship.
So-
to the
somebody
offense
came to
for
play
which
this morning and it's
we're
the
having this
judge.
trial. And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good choice for the defense having
get
Mr. Griffin
some
argue. The judge was
arguments on the
annoyed
record.
with Poot yesterday. That's very smart defense strategy.
As to your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character,
You did.
I would respectfully disagree. And the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering.
It's not what you asked.
In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I just want to point out that
I gave you the site, federal site.
yes, sir.
Federal second.
The federal site is 536.
He has to make his
F3,
opinion.
yes.
He
Yes, sir.
has to mark the
And
record for appeal. He has to.
And it's important to
I have no issue with them doing this.
to
They
distinguish
have
the
to.
federal crimes for
And
which the
it's fair for
defendant
them
in
to do
Siegel was
so.
on charge,
They're
charged
fighting for
with.
this defendant only.
First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud. And that's a specific federal statute, 18 USC 1512 A1C. She's also charged with impending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further,
more
the
extreme.
indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And so, and under federal rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, it's simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh.
He's having a
murdered
hard time even
Mr. Paul
saying it.
Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes.
Yeah, those are the
There's
crimes
no scheme
charged,
and
Jim.
artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404. And the court
And
clearly
the court
stated
didn't.
that we have not reached any determination on
404
404
analysis.
that the basis of the court's ruling was 403. The voting case
I'm going
is
to break
you-
my pen.
you introduced
Parent.
through the witness and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant, such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine a scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred, and the state is entitled to confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403.
We're going to switch feeds to closed
opening
captions
the
in a minute.
door
I just don't want to lose
and,
anything.
responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I misunderstood.
Yes,
Your Honor's.
I did not rule based on U.S. v. Siegel and overruling your objection yesterday.
Fair enough. I guess would ask for clarification of where we go from here.
Give me 1 sec. You're going to hear it. The defense is asking where we go from here.
A hearing outside the presence of the jury on their
He's
proposed
asking if he's going to get a 404
404B.
hearing. And we are switching to closed captions. All right.
And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you said.
Are we going to get a
witness,
404 hearing?
Whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera
I think
hearing.
the court had asked them to have that hearing yesterday. That was my
where we
interpretation.
need to
at the end of
dismiss
the day.
jury for whatever period of time that might be.
They're going to have to do that this
press on
afternoon.
What you have otherwise.
I
at
think
this
that's what the
time, and
court
whatever
asked
that
for.
is what we'll hear.
Yesterday, the court said be prepared
Yes,
for
sir,
this
Your Honor. Like I
hearing.
say, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be.
Yeah, this feed is definitely not as crisp this morning.
If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations.
We have a lot to talk about
during the course of the day.
All right.
Erica in the chat asked, will Alex Murdaugh take the stand? I think that would be a huge error at this point. I haven't seen anything that would force him to take the stand. He talked to law enforcement a lot, and the defense has been doing a great job of telling his story through other witnesses. They have woven in, yeah, but if his phone's moving and her phone's moving, two people can't have that phone, right? They've been doing a really good job of weaving that in. So I don't think he needs to take the stand. I don't think he's going to take the stand. And I think it would be a massive mistake to take the stand under the scrutiny of Creighton Waters. I don't think there's any reason he takes a stand. And he's got enough other cases that he puts himself quite at risk if he does.
Are you ready to proceed?
Bring the jury.
Yes, sir. We do have, again, that custodian witness. Then I think we would have to, we are rolling some additional witnesses, but I think at that time we would have to break and do at least the first in-camera witness. Again, I think that may set the table for a lot of subsequent things.
Do it outside the presence of the jury. Give the
Work
jury
outside of any 404 stuff in the afternoon, Your Honor. But certainly happy to do that, or if you want, we can put up some multiple witnesses on the in-camera.
I do have some sort of response
So I think
that
as it relates to
puts me out of my skin.
each alleged bad act, must be the court must be informed and proffer and
They have to be
addressed
proffered.
separately. Of course, some may be a series of things occurring almost simultaneously, so that may be a different scenario.
The court wants to go slow.
But we'll see how it goes. We're ready to proceed with the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. This is what the defense's question was that kind of put the cherry on the top of the whole thing, even though they've been going this direction the whole trial. Can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie? That question is really kind of the final straw where the prosecution was like, you've gone too far. You've gone too far.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
He's brought the jury.
Well,
Today
state's
is
case, you may call your
spicy.
next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
This is the Snapchat custodian of records, which is going to be like the Verizon custodian of records. Don't worry, we're going to get to the federal rules of evidence at some point today.
My name is Heidi Galore. Last name is spelled Galore.
I don't know if there's any evidence that they were separated that will come into this trial.
Please call.
It was largely
Good
rumored.
morning. Ms. Galore, where do you work?
Morning. I work for Snap Incorporated.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead. So I assist with and help manage a team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process.
Come forward.
Yeah, I was going to say this witness is a little quiet. It's the
Our
most
team,
awkward stand in the world,
responds to
Heidi. We
legal
get you.
process submitted to our company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
Show you, if you look at your monitor in front of you, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306, and see if you recognize it.
Everyone in the gallery looking like they haven't
Okay.
already
And
seen
you
this.
recognize that
Everyone's
video now?
already seen
Yes,
it.
I do.
All right, and is that video, the video we just discussed that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return
Yes.
that you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. and sent at 7:56 p.m.?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
May step down.
The state's next witness would be Jeannie Seconder.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are matters that must be addressed outside of your presence.
But we're going to get to see it. But we're going to get to see
I
it.
do not know
We're going to get to see
exactly
it.
how long it would take, but I do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you.
So this is in camera, outside the presence of the jury.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seconder, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
Good. Let me fix the Selma real quick. I'm not going to go through all the background that I went in front of the jury unless Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay, I graduated with a BS in accounting from USC, went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in 1999, I came to work at PMPED, just Peters Murdaugh Parker, as a temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, anything business and insurance and HR related.
You remember what happened yesterday when the Girardi
From Peters
CFO got
Murdaugh Parker,
indicted?
House Rock and Dietrich.
She's the law firm's
Correct.
accountant.
That's the law firm that Alex Murdaugh used to work for.
Correct.
She knows about the
Have a
missing
different
money.
name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group LLP.
Why is that?
All right,
because
so just
of
very
the
quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go.
Okay, guys. So, if for anyone who's just joining us, the ticker on the bottom, I've got these counters going. I'm keeping a tally of all of the different themes that come up on repeat during this trial, just because it's funny and amusing. So you might see I just added there PMPED. Just now made its first appearance as per our coverage. And these will be cumulative over the course of this entire trial. So it'll be fun to see how these numbers skyrocket. So first of all, especially for you, Abby, but for anyone who missed part one, that was covering days 1 through 6. So we had opening statements, and then we skipped a bunch of the initial chain of custody type witnesses, because typically you don't have those during a trial because usually both sides stipulate. And so there's not really a whole lot of information there. It's just them getting the evidence on the record and all that. But what we did see that was on the more important side was we saw testimony from one of the cell phone experts and from Rogan Gibson, which was Paul's best friend, and Will Loving, another one of Paul's good friends. And that's where it really got interesting with the theme of opening the door. So what happened was, and you heard them just discussing it during the morning housekeeping here. So essentially, whenever you guys hear 403 and 404, here's what they're talking about. Those are referring to the federal rules of evidence rule numbers. So 403 evidence is, it can be a number of different things, but in this case, what they're talking about is the prior bad acts. So 403 is the prior bad acts. So that in most cases, that's going to be stuff like whenever they've committed other crimes, stuff like that, right? Normally that's inadmissible because it's considered more prejudicial than probative. So in this case, though, the prior bad acts, in general, 403 evidence, there's a lot of that, right? And then you have also 404, which is character evidence. And so what happened yesterday when we watched part one, the defense opened the door numerous times. The first really big moment was and they were talking about it here earlier, was in Rogan Gibson's testimony at the very end of cross-examination with the defense. Jim Griffin asked Rogan directly, is there any reason that you can think of why Alex would have killed his wife and son? And so that was one big moment where that question elicits a response based on character, basically character evidence. And then the other big moment was during Will Loving's testimony. The defense on cross entered into evidence an exhibit, which was of the video of this birthday party where they're all celebrating, blah, blah, shortly before the murders. And there's a number of people present during that video. One of them is Chris Wilson, which is Alex's former best friend. And So they played the video for Will Loving. And again, this is really to elicit character evidence. Like, look at him. Isn't he a great family man? Blah, blah, blah. And Judge Newman was even referring to that. That was what they thought it would do for them, for their case. However, they didn't really think that one through, because Chris Wilson being present in that video then allowed Creighton on redirect to then ask Will Loving a non-leading question, which was, who's that guy in the green shirt? And hi, Spanky Pants. And he says, that's Chris Wilson. And then Creighton says, and who's Chris Wilson? And then Will Loving says, that's Alex's best friend. And then Creighton said, best friends should do each other right, shouldn't they? Something along those lines. And so that got Chris Wilson into the mix here. And of course, Chris Wilson is directly involved in the financial crimes and also the side of the road. So what happened at the end of the day yesterday was we had those two witnesses. That's how they finished out the day. That just broke that door wide open. So they finished the day on day 6 with argument in front of Judge Newman about the admissibility of this 403, 404 evidence. And that's how they ended that day. And then, of course, as we saw now, they began the next morning, day 7, Judge Newman making a very thorough record about why he's allowing it in. And what we are the reason I paused it here, because this is a new shift in this trial here. So what's happening now is that in order to determine how much can come in, they're doing a proffer. Well, many proffers, and eventually we'll get to the trial within a trial within a trial within a trial. So what's happening now is this is the very first witness for the proffers, Jeannie Seckinger, she's just started here, that will be providing testimony outside the presence of the jury about these financial crimes. And with her testimony initially, this is going directly to motive. And that's when you heard Judge Newman mentioning the res gestae. And of course, Jim Griffin called it res gestae, and then Judge Newman corrected him. That's with that, and Emily has referred to this as well. That's saying that while the prosecution does not have to provide motive, they can. And if there's context that is relevant, right? So like we said, right, 403, prior bad acts, right? Inadmissible. However, remember the whole key thing, what he has to balance, what Judge Newman has to balance is prejudicial versus probative. It's a balancing act. So normally prior bad acts would just be prejudicial, but probative goes to the weight of, is this going to actually help build the context for understanding the motive? And because the prosecution has a right to present evidence of a motive if they so choose, that now goes to say, well, the circumstances and the context prior to the murders, in this case, is highly relevant and is therefore more probative than prejudicial. But however, that's not been entirely, like, Judge Newman hasn't let that in yet. That's what these proffers are for. In other words, what they have to say is, okay, here, what will these witnesses say? We have to know what they're going to say before we can decide how much can come in front of the jury, right? So that way they're not saying something and the jury's already heard it. So all these, whenever we have these proffers, it'll always say proffer on the top. Just remember, proffer, no jury. And I usually have that up on the screen as well. I'll say jury's not present or jury is present, just because what ends up happening is they go back and forth. They'll proffer, and then they'll have regular witness testimony in front of the jury, and then they'll go back to more proffers. So I try to make sure that that's on the screen so people are aware. So she's the first witness to testify in these proffers as to the financial crimes. And so Another thing that's interesting is you can see right here where I have it paused where Creighton is standing. That's the jury box right beside him. Obviously, there's no jury there. And so he's standing over there, and he's got like some bottles of water and stuff there on the ledge where the jury would normally be sitting. So it's nice when we do these proffers, we get a view of that jury box. So this is all really crucial to this trial, right? Because and kind of like in Debbie heard with the sidebars, right? We learn that the really most important things, like with these trials, is what's allowed in and what's not, because that's what the jury's going to hear or not hear. And, you know, at least what's great about this trial that I love is I don't even know if there's any sidebars. We haven't seen any yet. I don't think they even do sidebars, which is awesome, because what that means is instead they have all these, you know, they excuse the jury and they argue, but we get to see it all. So with all these proffers, it's almost like, you know, real life sidebars, but with video in a way, but way more in depth. So I love that we get to really see, you know, and why something can come in and why it can't come in and all that. So the other significance of this, and this actually ties into, for you, Abby, the Miss Becky thing. The reason for making such a thorough record and being so careful in examining the admissibility of this evidence is because of appeal. So, and Emily even mentioned it just a few minutes ago that he's making a very thorough record for appeal, because it was expected in this case that, and this is true with any case, right? When you have 403 or 403 or 404 evidence that is let in, the judge and the prosecution know already that they're going to appeal on that. That's just going to be a given. They're going to try to say it shouldn't come in. So whenever that is let in, just remember, for any trial, whenever they're talking, you hear 403, 404, just know that if the judge is doing a good job, they're going to make a really thorough record as to why it's more, say it with me now, more probative than prejudicial, and making a thorough record for that, so that on appeal, the case holds up on appeal. So what's really interesting is going back and watching this now is there's so much talk about these appellate, potential appellate issues, which they did appeal on initially, but of course none of that mattered anymore because then this segues into the Miss Becky thing, right? So what happened for you, Abby, and anyone else that might not be fully aware, the trial finished. They start filing all their appellate motions, blah, 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 which was expected. And then let's see, when was it? When did they first come out with that? I think it was over the summer of last year, potentially. So, gosh, it feels like the trial's been well over a year ago, but literally the trial was actually happening this time a year ago. So anyway, so what happened was, it was right after her book was released. So it was maybe around August, I think, perhaps. So what happened was, again, they had already filed their appellate motions. The defense comes out all of a sudden with this press conference that they have filed a motion to have the appeal basically paused, put the appeal on pause, which they did, to now all of a sudden start a whole new thing, which was after discovered evidence, newly discovered evidence. So you can't pause an appeal and examine whether or not a defendant can possibly receive a new trial. You have to pause the appeal, and second, you have to have what they call newly discovered evidence. So let's pretend this was a different case. It could be that all of a sudden they found DNA that showed somebody else did it. That would be an example, right? Normally the after discovered evidence is like forensic evidence or something like that, where now they can open that up. In this case, it was after discovered evidence of jury tampering, okay, and alleged misconduct of the clerk of court, Becky Hill. Now, a couple things. The clerk of court is an elected position. So that becomes relevant because it means that they can't fire her. She still has a job, because she's elected. So the only thing that can happen is she can just not get reelected. But she's an elected official. The other thing that's significant there is it means that she works for the people. So any wrongdoing on her part where there's personal gain involved is borderline, if not just straight up corruption. Okay, so we'll get to that. So what happened with Miss Becky was, like I said, they come out with this press conference, newly discovered evidence. They had gone and talked to a couple different jurors that said, again, this is months later, they come out and say like, oh, so by the way, all this shit was happening and no one knew about it, blah, blah. And Miss Becky was saying, don't believe him on the stand and all kinds of stuff, right? All these things. And, when I first heard it, I was like, it didn't sit right with me just because of the long history in the Murdaugh family of jury tampering. I was like, that seems a little bit too, kind of like I was saying yesterday about how, I think it was yesterday, about the irony that the side of the road thing was really kind of just plagiarized from Randolph Murdaugh I in the 1800s, I believe, of also doing like a staged suicide plot thing. So it's like history repeating itself, essentially, right? So anyway, I was like, I don't know about all this, right? And so nobody really knew if this was gonna hold water, right? I think we were all giving Miss Becky the benefit of the doubt because it's like this was unheard of, absolutely unheard of a court official like interfering in such a manner as was alleged. And my thought, and I think for many other people, was why the hell would she do this? Her interference could potentially completely grant him a new trial, but take it one step further. There's a criminal investigation. This is for you, Abby, especially if you're still listening. A criminal investigation currently. Okay, they're both the state and the federal government, I believe, are doing criminal investigations into Becky Hill. The criminal part is where the corruption comes in, like I said before. And that really, I think, comes down to, at least from what we know so far, there could be more, but from what we do know, that handwritten addendum that she provided to, I think it was like the Netflix film crew, somebody, for using the courthouse. So what happened was they were going to use scenes of the courthouse for a documentary, and they had, gotten permission, blah, blah. But she added a handwritten addendum after they'd already signed this contract and was like, for use of the courthouse, you're going to pay X amount of dollars, blah, blah. And you also have to like promote my book, essentially. I don't think the writing of the book was stupid, but the book in and of itself, I don't think would have been as big of a problem were it not for how it's involved in this handwritten addendum to this contract, because this is where the personal gain comes in. I think that this contract, this handwritten addendum to the contract, is a big, big, big problem. When I first saw that, I was like, uh-oh. Regardless of jury tampering, let's say that she didn't even fuck with the jury. Just that one thing alone, that handwritten addendum to the contract, is a problem because it's corruption. It's because she was wanting the film crew to pay her directly for using the courthouse when it's a public building, and she's a public elected official, and she wants to take the money personally, and then of course also for them to promote her book. So hopefully this is all making sense so far. And again, that criminal investigation is ongoing. And they had the hearing at the end of January this year. And the hearing, in case anyone missed it, the hearing was to figure out what the fuck happened with Miss Becky, right? And it was a disaster. I mean, literally, it was a disaster. And here's the important part, especially for you, Abby, that here's how this all went, right? So, okay. Judge Newman recused himself from that because, there are a number of reasons, but he was present during some of the discussion with the egg juror and all that. So Chief Justice Toll, who was the very first female Chief Justice on the South Carolina Supreme Court, she's like a legend. She's a boss. She's a goat. She's all the things. She's what I want to be when I grow up. So she was appointed to be to serve as the trial judge for this hearing. And boy, did she put Dick Poo in his place. It was amazing. But anyway, so the key thing going into this hearing was this. There's a split between the federal courts and the South Carolina state courts in terms of the bar that has to be met to be granted a new trial for alleged juror misconduct, interference with the jury, anything like that, right? So the state Supreme Court had ruled in South Carolina that in order to be granted a new trial, two things have to happen. It has to be proven that there were statements that were made to the jury. Now, of course, the clerk of court, they're not supposed to be saying anything except like, what do you want for lunch, right? So anything that could be considered, it's like, did she say anything? Like, like, I don't even know. It doesn't even matter. If it's anything related to the case, right? They're not supposed to be talking to the jury at all. So were there statements that were made? That's the first thing. If that's proven, you go on to the second thing. The second thing is, did it influence the jury to affect their verdict? Did it impact the verdict? If the answer to that is also yes, new trial for you. Congratulations. Okay, now, federal court. The federal courts have ruled that only the first prong needs to be met. So, in other words, if this was a federal case, all it would take was something said, it was said, done, new trial for you, because it doesn't matter at that point whether or not it impacted the verdict. We don't want the appearance of impropriety, blah, blah, blah. New trial. So going into this hearing, the big question was, which case law is Justice Toll going to use? Is she going to go with the federal standard, or is she going to go with the state standard? Well, here's how it works with mandatory authority. So mandatory authority is what precedents, what case law you are bound to follow if you're a judge. So if you're a judge like Justice Toll, right? She's in South Carolina, but this is the trial court level, right? So you have your state courts, and then you have different levels, and it varies by the state, but you've got like a trial court level, then you'll have a state like a appellate level, right? And then you'll have a Supreme Court level. So usually there's three levels typically for each state, within each state. So they're at the first level, the trial court level in South Carolina. So the mandatory authority, which means the case law that she has to follow, is for any of the higher court levels in the state. AKA, it could be the appellate court or the Supreme Court. However, the Supreme Court, which is the highest for the state, is binding, okay? Binding equals mandatory authority. It means you have to follow what they did. So let's say that the appellate court did something different than the Supreme Court. You should be following what the Supreme Court did. And for state courts, they're going to follow, typically, they're going to follow what their state Supreme Court did. The exception to this, okay? The exception to this is the U.S. Supreme Court. If you're in any court, anywhere in the country, does not matter if it's federal, state, doesn't matter if it's the trial level, appellate, whatever, the U.S. Supreme Court is mandatory authority for everybody, okay? But the U.S. Supreme Court has not ruled on this issue. My personal opinion, guys, is that this Miss Becky fuckery is going to end up going up to the U.S. Supreme. This is just my personal opinion. I think this is going to become, like, think about the annals of history, right? Roe versus Wade and everything else. These are U.S. Supreme Court rulings that forever changed the course of history. And I think this is going to be one of those from this trial, because the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, has not ruled on this issue of what constitutes you get new trial for jury tampering or misconduct. Does it have to be something was said, or does it have to impact the verdict? I think this is going to go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And you guys were like, we're seeing it happen. Like, we were here. We watched this, like, isn't that crazy, right? Like, we watched this trial, like, all the fuckery, and going back and doing these videos, it's crazy because, like, we never could have expected, never in a million years. I mean, there's like so much fuckery, and there's so many crazy, insane things going on, but never in a million years. You know, it's like we would have thought, okay, yep, the trial's done, right? That's it. It's going to go to appeal. It's going to get denied. You know, there's the other, you know, if there's the financial crimes, all the other cases related, but that's it for the, no, this is going to go to this. That's my opinion. It is nuts. Yes. And, so, okay. So the Supreme Court has not ruled on this issue. So whenever I'm referring to the federal courts, that those are the circuit courts, which whenever you hear circuit court, that means it's federal appellate level court. So in other words, Justice Toll, again, so she's got the South Carolina Supreme Court case law saying you need both prongs. Then there's the federal circuit court, which where they're at in South Carolina is the Fourth Circuit. That's also the same circuit where I live in North Carolina. We are in the same circuit. That circuit said you just need one. But again, remember, that's not binding because that's not the U.S. Supreme Court. So she has to follow, therefore, what the South Carolina Supreme Court has said. So they argue about that in circles on and on during the hearing. And she keeps saying, I am bound by what the South Carolina Supreme Court did. So whenever you have people that are talking about, you know, I don't think she made the right ruling, blah, 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 I think people need to understand that it doesn't matter what should be the standard yet, because she has to follow what is the standard until the U.S. Supreme Court makes another decision. And she even says that. She's like, this isn't up to me. I have to follow what I have here. And then she even says, this is for a higher court than me to decide. I think she's referring to the U.S. Supreme Court. And she's right. She cannot change the mandatory authority of the case law. She has to follow it. So she followed what she was supposed to. So therefore, 100%, I'm behind her all the way. She did her job. She made the right ruling, 100%. It would have been a big problem had she not gone with that. Had she gone against the South Carolina Supreme Court, that would have been a much bigger problem. So she followed everything correctly there. So anyway, but here's what was so crazy in this hearing. Oh my God, there's so much to this. It's just nuts. So, you know, the 12 jurors were brought in, and like the very first one, Justice Toll asked the first question, were these statements said? Yes, all these things were said. It was awful. One after another. Yep, it was said, blah, blah, blah. And then Justice Toll asks her, so did this impact your verdict? And she said, yes, and I died. And then Justice Toll asked her again because I think her brain exploded. So she was like, oh, hold on, like, wait, did this impact your verdict? She said yes a second time. I died again. And then, and everybody at that point was like, that's it, it's done, he's getting a new trial. God, that moment was just, I just remember this, and it was just, that was so insane. And I screamed so loud, I scared my dog, Frodo. He ran to the other end of the house, and I thought I was going to throw up. And I was like, this can't be happening right now. And so everybody was like thinking, oh my God, he's going to get a fucking new trial. However, Justice Toll kept her. She didn't lose her shit and like everyone else did. She just said, all right, thank you. And then we heard the rest of the jurors. The rest of the jurors said it did not impact their verdict. Now, here's what happened. After that first juror testified and she said, yes, it impacted my verdict, Poot fucked the whole thing up, guys. Poot did it. Poot fucked it up. Had he not said this, mark my words, had Poot not said, Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record, he would have gotten a new trial. Because the two prongs would have been met by that first juror. However, Poot said, Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record, and he wanted to enter into evidence this juror who had just testified, her affidavit from the other day before this hearing, where she said something. I don't even know why. He didn't even need to do this. There was nothing to be gained by this. This was such an error on his part, and he wanted to put this affidavit on the record. And Justice Toll's like, well, if that's you can't just put it on the record. Like, I'll have to question her about it. If you're going to put this in on as evidence, like, I'm going to read her affidavit and question her on it. And then Poot realized where he'd fucked up is that one of the questions that was asked to that juror in the affidavit was, did the other jurors impact your verdict? And was there, in other words, were they pressuring you, whatever it was? And in the affidavit, she says yes. And that is okay. That's called deliberation. Jurors are allowed to influence each other. That's not a problem. It's only a problem if it's Miss Becky. So in the affidavit, she's saying, yeah, the jurors impacted my verdict. I mean, it was so crazy. So the juror gets brought back in. Justice Toll goes through the affidavit and she says, is this true? Did the other jurors impact your verdict? And she says, yes. So then Justice Toll straight up asked her, she's like, so which one was it more? Was it that Miss Becky impacted your verdict, or was it that the other jurors impacted your verdict? And she said, it was the other jurors. Okay, there you go. Well, then after that, Poot tried about 1 million times after that to try to get her brought back in, and it was just Toll's not going to have it. Like, she can't come back on the stand again. Like, that's it. And so therefore you had 11 jurors say she said shit. Well, not all of them said they heard stuff, but it doesn't matter. Let's just say they all did. She said stuff, whatever. 11 of them didn't impact the verdict. And then you had the other juror, she said stuff, and she kind of recanted that it impacted her verdict because it was also the jury that impacted her verdict. So Justice Toll made a very, very, very thorough ruling in that hearing, saying, like, here's why because of that last part with that juror, like, no new trial for you. So, and I have not been looking at the chat because I'm, thinking about all this stuff in my brain and explaining it. So I'll catch up with that here in a second. But hopefully this is making some type of sense. So where it left off was she made that ruling, like, no new trial for you. I mean, Poot really, really dropped the ball on that one. And so, of course they're going to appeal that. And like I said, I think it's going to end up in the U.S. Supreme Court. Trying to think. So after that, goodness, what has there been anything happen after that? I don't actually think there's been too much. Did the jurors come out? I'm trying to remember, because I've been going back and watching all the trial stuff, trying to remember if there was anybody that did like interviews after that hearing with the juror. Oh, well, what did happen though? Right after that hearing, the defense did a little press conference where Poot said that they're going to prove who really did, the real guy that did it or something like that. That was fucking hilarious. Okay, good for you, Poot. Sure. So, okay, I'm going to look and just see what's happening in the chat in case there were some other questions as I was explaining all this nonsense. I see Elaine's name coming up. Excellent. And yeah, Judge Newman was a class act, I will say for sure. And okay, yeah, Snapchat. Elaine. And I saw Mixed Banky Pants lurking. Love it. Happy to see all you guys here. Shout out to all the STS peeps. And let's see, were there any other questions? I don't know who. Tennis Girl 101, you said somebody did her homework. Oh, you're talking about Justice Toll. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I know, Pooh. Yeah. So, was there something else I was going to say about all this? So yeah, so that's basically what's going on. So, right. So this case is just so insane. So yeah, so back to what's happening now. So what's Miss Becky doing? So Miss Becky's, like I said, she can't be fired because she's an elected official. They've got the criminal investigations going on into her and stuff. And Justice Toll did rule that she was not a credible witness. So that goes on the record. That's important. That will come up later, in her criminal trials. It'll come up later that she was not a credible witness. That was a huge deal for Justice Toll to say that and get that on the record. It's really insane. I'll probably remember some more things about this, but I think that's all I've got for now. What I am going to do, though, I'm going to go ahead and start playing this. And my plan here is to see if it's possible for me to work it out so that I can actually talk without pausing the video. Of course, if I'm going to explain something like or answer a question, I'll pause it. But in terms of just like, you know, like what we see Emily and people do, right? Like being able to talk while it's playing, right? Like this is like uncharted territory for me. So I'm going to give that a whirl. So what I will do is I will be referring to y'all as to like, if it's working, like, can you hear me? Am I too loud? Is the video too loud? Like, I'm gonna need y'all's input to have, because I have no idea what it'll sound like. So I'll start playing the video and I'll get set up to where I can kind of, I'll say, hey guys, it's me. Like, and you can kind of let me know how that's working. And if it's not working, that's fine. And I'll just, go back to pausing it every now and again. But anyway, okay. So thank you guys for being here. And I'm so happy that y'all are benefiting from this and enjoying it. Like I was saying before, I watched this trial very closely and I've watched it more than once. And as I'm going through and editing these clips, I am still A, shocked, stunned constantly, but B, picking up on new things that I'd missed because there's just so much. It's really a trial that like you could study it for multiple lifetimes and still find like new things. Like it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, you're guinea pig squirrels. Exactly. Side note, I love a good hybrid animal. As you guys have seen, the squanguin. I haven't even talked about squanguin yet, and no one's asked. The squanguin with the pineapple, little lovely hybrid animal there. My boyfriend from when I was in college, freshman year, shout out to Corbin Linebarrier, who will probably never see this video. He was an art major, I believe, an artist, and did some like graphic design and stuff like that. And, obviously y'all know I love squirrels, but I also love penguins, one of my other favorite animals, and I love pineapple. And so again, this is my freshman year in college, Jesus Christ. And he made me that squanguin picture, and I have loved it and used it for things ever since. Like, it's a miracle I still have that image. I'm so glad I do, because like it's just perfect for me and to represent the law squirrel community, and squirrel crew. So the squanguin, yes, hybrid animal. That's the story behind the squanguin. Again, shout out to Corbin Linebarrier, in case you ever see this video. But little did he know that squanguin would be on YouTube. Okay. All right. Let's start going with this proffer. Again, this is outside the presence of the jury. And if y'all have questions, okay, again, we're going to try a great story. If y'all have questions, put them in the chat, and I'm going to try to see if I can, again, kind of like talk and stuff while it's going. So we'll give it a whirl. And thank you guys again for being here.
Through sort of the financial side of your job duties.
I'll explain when we get a break.
Back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my
Yes.
financial duties are, actually, I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and reconcile accounts, provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes, also prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed.
This is a
anything HR
proffer.
related.
They are showing the court why this witness can testify and what they can testify to, so that the shit's not out of the horse in front of the jury. So this is the stuff that may or may not come in.
Explain that a little bit.
The judge is going to hear it first to decide what comes in with this witness.
Partners, but are they called partners under the employment agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdaugh Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did
Interesting.
the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
It did.
That's how that works.
And explain to me how, if you're let's just call them quote partner, if you're a partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPED structure back in 2021?
This law firm is
every
not happy
partner
with Alex.
received a base salary that
At
they
all.
would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end of the year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily after overhead and over expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total.
But that distribution
Simply,
would not take
not
place until
simply.
when?
Usually the last week of December.
That's not.
Yes, sir.
Waters, there's a strike. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back to a second, Joe, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again.
The salary's not low because those bonuses are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Okay,
So,
so
yes, the
partners
sal-
are
yes,
employed
it's delivered
salaries who are paid
tax-wise.
a biweekly paycheck
So the
throughout the
salary is
year
a base
with a
salary.
base salary of
They keep taxes
$125,000.
low.
And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year,
Portioned.
that divided up the remaining profits of the firm
is very
based
typical.
on the percentage of revenue each attorney brought into the total.
All right. So when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation
Yes.
at the end of the year after all
former-
overhead is paid.
Correct.
Former
Is there
firm.
also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is, you would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead. And once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot, 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
All right. So you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead, just generally?
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide equipment, office supplies, postage, et cetera.
Overhead.
And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for the 7.5%.
Oh, the
That as
defense
well,
is
correct?
not
That's
loving
right.
this
Right? And
witnesses.
then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes,
And when does that take place?
the
She
last
said
week of the
the
year,
last week of-
generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
Taxes.
Basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C corp entity. So that the objective is to get it out to the partners.
zero it
and
out at
avoid
the end of the
double
year.
taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need a
Very,
budget.
very common.
Um,
You don't get to take them.
And so if a lawyer
out.
earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No,
The
Hi,
defendant
Jamie.
looks
Is that a hard rule to
fucking
understand?
pissed.
no.
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
Only
No.
one.
Pretty easy and hard and fast rule in that firm.
That's
correct?
right.
Not just that
If you
firm.
get the money
Most
straight
firms.
to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you.
Yeah,
That would be stealing it.
stealing.
She's like, that's not okay.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to Alex Murdaugh's practice?
Okay, so now I'm getting to test out what I was saying.
That was.
Tell us
I
all
want-
about that.
This was a case.
I love this. Wade perches on the jury box thing there.
On
I
a
think this is
Monday, I believe it was
Great.
May
Look at him
24th.
perching.
Emmett Griswold called me.
This is my
and
favorite.
said that
And also
she had
announcing
something she
chance
needed
for you
to
guys to
discuss
let me
with
know.
me.
I'm
I
too
was out
loud.
of the
Hear
office
me?
that day in our
How is
Waldeboro
it?
office, but when I
Very
returned,
curious.
we met.
Let me know.
And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check. And that is itself is odd generally.
Why is that odd? Why didn't that call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the, the expense check, but
We've
not the
already
fee check.
established
Right.
that they're
Most of the
best
time we
friends
receive them together.
because of yesterday's
Well,
video.
Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee. And at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March. And this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris or Vicki informed Annette?
Vicki informed Annette of that.
Right. So why is that a concern to you that
That's a
now
lot
you're
of
hearing the
hearsay.
fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check
You
he
guys, I
hasn't
just
turned
turned on
into
a
us
thing that
that
should
is
make
properly
automatically
payable to
adjust my
PMPD,
volume, so let
or
me
he's
know
received a
any
check payable
different.
to him.
Right. And when you,
It's also
Which is
possible
why
I
we
was
have big
possible
ability
that
to
we
perhaps
testing
received
it out
a
and I
check
didn't
payable
know
to him,
you hear me. So
aside from that being
let
stealing,
me know
as
if it's
you
any better
earlier
now.
testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the boat wreck.
Right. All right. Stand by for me.
So
Oh, I
the
need to
judge
add
doesn't
that
want
on
this
the
to turn
thing.
into a trial on the financial crimes, but
But
these are the events at the end of May, beginning of June, leading up to what's going on in June. And his firm is unraveling him hiding money from Mallory Beach's family, from the civil cases, and from everything else. So not only is there theft, but there is a whole bunch of ancillary fuckery.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, for the purposes of this hearing.
Showing you
Exhibit
how much the boat
312,
case was
and
impacting
see
the
if you
family.
recognize this document.
Because the boat case is impacting the family in a substantial
Yes, this
financial
is the
way. at this
actual
point.
expense check that we received in the Ferris matter
The thing
And
is,
from Wilson Law Group.
Just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what that.
the thing is,
I'm actually pausing it here just for a sec because so Guinea. I was just laughing at what you said, Janie. Yeah, I was reading what you just said here, McSpanky Pants. I'll pull this up. Like whenever I see that, automatically I'm hearing it with those accents, which I can't do, but I'll, he's hey, hey, he's got a guinea in his mouth. No, it's a chicken. And then it's like, it's a guinea. It's a chicken. So, it's so good. It's so good. So, and if you guys would rather, I'll say this too, Abby, if you guys would rather me pause the video if I'm going to say something, I mean, I'm not going to I'm still trying to figure out how much I will be interjecting. It is easier, I will say, to speak commentary rather than typing it into the chat because it's hard to type things in the chat and also be editing the ticker because I'm only one person. So, I can only type in one thing at a time. So part of the benefit of being able to speak is that I can still type. And it makes sense, right? Because it's like, oh, that's why everyone else does it, right? Like they're reading the chat and they're responding to it verbally. Makes sense. But I totally understand if it's too many voices, totally get that. I will try to, if I'm going to say something, make sure that it's maybe when there's fewer people talking, but y'all just let me know whatever you guys want me to do, I will do. And I appreciate for y'all being patient and also all of your feedback as well. And let's continue onward.
these civil cases don't go away.
The
even
rest
if
of the
Paul's
packet
dead.
is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check.
Oh, I think this witness is absolutely pissed because he
Then
did
the
this on
rest of
her
it,
watch.
the second, what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire
And this is
for
the tip of the iceberg.
$192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
This is the tip of the
Keep going.
iceberg on what he stole from this firm.
Next page is the deposit where it says Bank of America deposit only. And it looks like ACH. that looks like, it actually looks to me like Alex initials, and then it says Bank of America.
She knows what his initials
Series
look
of
like.
emails after
He's-
that?
Series of emails starts with Vicky Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact that their bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed. I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4 o'clock, my office extension rang. And at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balances because he stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week, and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? No, he had asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he's calling to ask me about that. But I
She
was
was
surprised
surprised
that he was in the building working on it.
that he hadn't left to the
What
hospital.
was that?
I just thought he was leaving a deal with his father.
Because that interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
She was surprised he didn't go to the hospital.
Was that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of
Rumor
them.
mill.
but
That's how
I
small
did
this
not
town
get
is.
Confirmation until I received a text from the partner roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's how small this town
Were you
is.
shocked by that?
Yes,
Those murders happened right before 9 p.m. She knew
Got
by 10.
perch.
yes.
Do it.
Worried
Do
about
it.
Worried for everybody, yes, especially Ellie.
Do it, Creighton.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant.
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you and the partners have a discussion about what to do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did not the week of the murders because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders and then his father also passing away. But when we got back around to it, Lee and Mark Ball and I were the ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
In the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted, Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody wanted to harass him about nothing that
Stealing
we
money?
thought was really missing. When we had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
They wanted to leave him alone.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Alec doesn't get fired till September.
Lee said, and you.
There's Randy.
To him
Randy.
more clearly.
Ask
But
him.
Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently.
So I'm pausing it here. So, okay. So I really, really appreciate all of y'all's feedback. That really helps me so much. So I'm just pausing it. So look at, there's a really good close up there of Randy Murdaugh. Boy, he has a very unique jawline, does he not? Very, very different. He looks very different from Alex, doesn't he? So he's got a nice little frame there at the top right, obviously. I believe sitting next to him is John Marvin. So Alex has a number of siblings. Well, he has the two brothers and honestly his sister's there. I don't actually remember her name. If anyone remembers her name, let me know. But I don't even know what she does. See, it's like the women in the family don't count, right? We were kind of talking about this last night with the patriarchy. Like we know nothing about the sister and it's like, anyway, but Randy being the oldest of the brothers, I believe John Marvin's the baby. Yeah, he does look like somebody. You're right. And the hairline is unique too. Is there an actor? Hold on. Who's that guy? There's an actor. I wonder if we're thinking of the same person, Janie. And for anyone who doesn't know Janie in the chat, her name is pronounced Janie. So reading what you said, yeah, Alec, it's just so weird. There's a really funny clip. Oh, do I have that saved? I don't think I have it saved on my computer. I think it's on my iCloud. I don't know if y'all have watched the behavior panel, but I have a little clip saved on, I think it's on my iCloud, of when they were doing, I think they were reviewing Alex on the stand or something like that. And there's just a really funny bit at like the end of one of their videos where they're trying to pronounce his name, and it's so fucking funny. What I will do is I will find that clip and I will add it to the queue for the next one, so I can have it already loaded, because otherwise it might, like, the computer might explode. I don't know what will happen if I try to look for it while I have a stream going. But it's really fucking funny when they're all trying to pronounce his name. It's really funny. I mean, now I want to pull it up. I don't know if I can do that. No, I don't even, I need to just put that aside because I don't want everything to blow up. So, yes, anyway, but there's an actor that's not super famous, but like there's a particular guy that he looks like. Yeah, Murdaugh. Yeah. That's Steve Peterson is the best guest. Hashtag best guests. Shout out to SDS Nation. Yeah, Murdaugh. Yeah, that So in the behavior panel clip, it's Chase, the Canadian fellow. Well, he's British, but he lives in Canada, so he has a British accent. And he calls him Murdaugh. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. So if anyone can think of the guy who Randy looks like, you win 1 million points. So yes, okay. We'll carry on.
Chris Wilson has the gift of gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
Right. Ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
The
From
jury's not
Alec.
there, so
And what's
there's
is
no
that email on
objections.
the
It's
screen that you're
outside the
talking-
presence of
you're
the
talking
jury.
about right now?
Chris
It is.
Wilson's at a different
Speaking of,
firm.
look,
We see 600,000 for
I
Angel
read my own
Ferris
mind.
and
I
192
labeled
for
them.
Denise.
I've
Explain that
Chris
breakdown.
Wilson hasn't been
Marvin.
indicted on any
So
thing that I
there's
remember, but there's
two parties in this case, and
questions,
apparently
if
there
you
was
will
two
be.
recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like Andrew's portion, the fee for his settlement was 600,000, and Denise's was 192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this $792,000?
No,
Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
yes.
that's the prosecution's
Um,
theory.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
Yes,
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
that would have been in September, after
He
we
gets fired
found
in
some
September.
other misappropriations, and we had confronted Alec, and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to Alec. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No.
Here we
not that I
go,
recall.
September
In
2021.
early
Coming
September
on up.
2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that and decided I was going to go through and look
This
and make
woman
sure that he had not
cracked a
tried to
lot of this
already
open.
defer something else that we had missed.
And I'm just pausing it again. And did you? I don't know. I feel like I should say when I'm pausing it. I don't know why. But I guess in my mind it's helpful because that way y'all know that like nothing froze. But anyway, I'm pausing it. I just wanted to say shout out, hello to Moon at Noon. I'll pull up your comment here. Thank you for being here. Happy to see you. The two T's. So my last name is not, it's my roots are like upstate New York. I'm actually quarter Welsh, but that's not where my last name comes from. So my last name yeah, my last, it's like upstate New York is where all of my parents and they hail from. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's also people that don't use an H. And of course, people spell Chelsea a million different ways too. I always get a kick out of it when people think it's Chelsea, because I've never actually heard of anyone being named that. Have y'all ever heard of anyone actually being named Chelsea? Like, that's how you say it? I've never heard of that. What's so funny is so many times people will read my name and pronounce it that way. New York, yeah, New York, yeah. So upstate New York is really funny because it's quite different, and they have a very different accent than your New York City folk. And yeah, shout out to anybody from upstate New York, which like there's like not that many people probably. Oh, Janie, you're half Welsh. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm actually, I did this little squirrel tangent. I think I have a banner for that. Hold on. Do I have it? Squirrel thoughts. Let's see. Okay, kind of. I have squirrel thoughts. So I did the ancestry thing. Like there's the people where you send your DNA in and you get your ancestry. And I already knew I was a quarter Welsh because my dad's mom is 100% Welsh. But I am, well, this might be a bit more of a tangent than I initially was thinking of. But many of you who know me from STS know that like I'm always typing in Russian and stuff. And like being a violinist since I was 3 and growing up like in that classical music world, I was always around Russian people, and like a lot of the composers are Russian. And in fact, some of the sheet music is in Cyrillic without English. And I always loved the language and the accent, and I loved the alphabet because it's insane. And it was always on my bucket list to learn Russian. And so anyway, it was really funny because when I did the genealogy thing, I have it on my phone somewhere, and I'm not going to try to pull it up while doing all the other things, but I have a high percentage of heritage. It's actually higher than the Welsh of Eastern European / Russian. I think that it was something like, I want to say it was over 20%. And the way I found out was because my brother did one of those tests before I did. So he texts me out of the blue. This was a number of months ago. He texts me out of the blue and he's like, hey, I just did a, DNA test thing, and, I'm 18% Russian or something like that. And I was like, thought he was fucking with me. And I was like, what? So anyway, side note as well, FYI, siblings can have different proportions, by the way. So I asked him, and he was like, yeah, you could actually have more or less percentage, but they're not going to be exactly the same, or they can be, but they don't have to be. So anyway, so I did my own test, and I had a slightly higher, it was like 20 something % of like Eastern European, so like Ukrainian, and Russian. And it's like, to me, it's like, it makes so much sense. It just explains so much to me in my brain. It just, yes, of course. Makes sense. Okay, let's see if you guys are saying I'm crazy in the comments. Probably. Oh, you're a Whitaker as well. Cool. That's neat. Oh, mixed banky pants. You knew a Chelsea. Interesting. Wow. German Swiss. Oh, and you also lived in Rome, New York. Yeah. So, I'm familiar with where that is. And let's see, did you say, where are you now, Moon at Noon? Did you say, are you in Ohio now? I love that we have friends from all over the world with, what we do through YouTube. And I also just have to say, and I know Emily mentions this, but I think it's so cool that the platform, as they say, has given us this opportunity to really connect with people in a different way, where we are engaging in so many interesting conversations. And, you know, I could go on and on about how much I appreciate the fact that we can, you know, as opposed to other people watching TV and having commercials and sitting there and blah, blah. It's like, you know, all of you guys that, you know, we follow these trials, and we're watching, you know, LawTube or true crime communities, you know, it's like, it's just such a different experience. And I just am so grateful for that, because we are learning, like we're instead of like, you know, zoning out, like we're learning, we're having fun, we're learning, we're you know, it's entertainment in a way, but it's like so much more engaging. And we're also having, you know, great conversations with people and talking to people from all over the world and having these in-depth conversations. And I just think it's so cool. And I think that, you know, and Emily talks about this sometimes, but I really think this is the way forward versus, you know, TikTok videos and cable TV. I really, anyway, that's just my personal opinion, but whatever. So yeah, absolutely. Yep. I'll pull up this comment here. Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the other thing that's so great, because we can ask questions of the people, you know, like get, you know, experts and attorneys and guests, like for example, on STS, like we can ask them questions, and we can engage with the people in the chat. We can engage with the people in the videos. It's really so cool. And we can ask them direct questions. Yeah, the other shit is boring, 100%. And let's see, what else did I miss here? Okay, so I think, all right, what was I doing? Oh, Baltimore, you're in Baltimore. Oh, okay. Interesting. Maryland. So, yeah, so of course my mind is like, oh yeah, the case is out. So, you know, Maryland, so that's where Rachel Morin went missing. But not Baltimore. Where was that? Hold on, where did she go miss? Where in Maryland? Y'all remind me, where in Maryland was she missing out of? I can't, now I just lost that. Oh no, did I miss a joke? Oh no! Okay, so can someone remind me where this is my brain. It's like once I'm like, oh no, I forgot this thing, or like I want to like learn this fact. If y'all could just see like my computer when I'm not streaming, like my normal window that I have open on like Firefox has like 50 trillion tabs, and like on my phone it's Safari and there's like 50 bazillion tabs, and it's all things of like, it's all stuff I want to look up. It's all, oh, I want to learn that fact or remember that detail, or I'm always like scroll tangenting. Yeah, so okay, where in Maryland? I'm gonna have to look it up. Bel Air. All right, there it is. Now my brain can calm down. Bel Air, Maryland. I don't know how far that is from Baltimore, but yes. Shout out to Maryland. And grandniece. Pretend it's music. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Pretend it's music and play it. Moon at noon. So what did you mean by this? So see, of course, because you could be referring to anything, because I'm always talking about music too. So anyway, you can let me know if that what you meant by that about music. But yes, okay, let's go on with the video.
At that point,
She said, "You're not doing this on my watch."
A ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as
This
I
is not
did
her
that, I
first time
started printing all the
testifying.
documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and Alex Murdaugh's signature.
Not
And
Forge
everyone that
Consulting.
came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there in the office that day, and had him look at them. He also believed that they were Alex signatures on the back of these checks.
All right, and just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account,
Yes,
and they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
Because it's fake Forge.
The
It's fake
endorsement in the
Forge.
Bank of America on the back.
Why is
And the
that?
fact that it looked like Alex signature.
Fake Forge,
So
fake
you
Forge.
talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes,
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
we did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for workers' comp lien.
This leads up
We also
to the
talked to Lee Cope
roadside
that night
attempted
about it, and Lee,
insurance
we
fraud
came to the
thing.
plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America.
This is
And
right in September.
They had, Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients of the ones
This-
that you were pulling off of your system that
This is
had
when they
payments
figured
to
out fake
Forge and Bank
Forge.
of America?
We did. We gave them a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave them a few names that we had. And he verified
Mark
that
Ball was also
those
at Moselle.
Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any nudies. They didn't have records of them.
All right.
This woman-
Around this time, did Annette bring you anything and that this is all going
Her
on?
importance
Yes,
can't be
this is
understated.
completely independent
In
and coincidental.
time
Annette,
bringing down
The
this
same afternoon,
fraud
September
firm.
2nd, was in his office trying to look for something. And when she moved to file, a check fell out.
They found the
When
check.
the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
Boom. They found the
And I'm
check.
going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313.
This is the day he
states for purposes of this hearing, you
resigned
recognize that.
from the law
That is,
firm.
that's the check.
Y'all, I'm gonna let my
This is
dog
the
out.
actual
I have
check
the
that was
headphones in
found,
though,
is
so
that
I'll
right?
be
That's correct.
listening, but I'm just gonna mute myself real quick and let him out real fast. If y'all see Creighton perch on that jury
Between
box,
her ethics
let me know
and
when
the
I come back.
paralegal's ethics, both of them said,
an
we're
endorsement
not
on the
doing
back.
this. And they
Let me ask you
were
this, you worked with Alex
persistent,
Murdaugh for how long?
and they brought it
23 years
to a
roughly.
stop.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes,
Can you recognize it when you see it?
yes,
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
that's his signature and
This is
handwriting.
Will the jury think this is enough of a motive for murder of his wife and son? I don't
It's for the court.
know. I don't know. She testified in the federal trial of Russell Lafitte. There are so many ancillary cases to this, but she has been key in taking down the power structure. And I get the sense that Alec doesn't always maybe think a lot of well, you can see how he's staring at her on the stand. The fact that they followed their ethics and the questions and brought this down is just, it's it for me. Because you can see it pisses him off. Chris Wilson's one of his best friend. Russell Lafitte, one of his best friend. This whole good old boys
Your Honor,
network
if you'll
of we'll
give me
all
one
just work
second, I'll
together
hand, the exhibits we're talking about up to the court.
was brought
as
down
well.
by ethical
But up on
women.
the screen, is this the check?
Yes, yes,
And then on the back, who's writing
And
is
good
that?
for them.
Alex.
I'm not surprised that she testified that the paralegal was terrified of what they were finding. She must have been
once
too.
you started printing out all those Forge ones that had Alex writing on it in Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given.
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Coates' house with the majority of the partners and myself present.
The network that had
We
protected him.
discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in
Brother.
and showed what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Some of this is
Did he ask for
hearsay, but
leave
this
of
is
absence?
this
I
is a
think he
hearing
tried to do
outside of
a
the
few other
jury.
things before resigning, but we made him resign.
And they paid back the clients out of the
After-
firm's money, and then they sued Alec.
The decision was made to resign. Was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made. Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday, and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do.
Let the wedding
and
be
announce
okay.
it the first of the week.
Wow.
So we're in the weekend, September 3rd, September 4th, something like that?
Yes,
Is that Labor Day weekend?
yes.
What's the next thing you recall hearing about Ellen?
The next thing I
Shot
heard
in the head
about
on the side
Alec
of the road?
was, I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was Suzanne Peoples with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salcahatchee?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
Nobody knew what to think. A lot
What's
of
your
thoughts
real
went
thought?
through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger that was going to get more of us in trouble? And just fear.
After that, did y'all continue to review your records looking for additional misappropriations?
We did. We immediately decided, once we found this out on September 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively.
Y'all, did I miss any perching?
For anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and
Is
provide.
there another manner in which Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we
I'm just pausing real quick. So Mood at Noon. Okay, you came originally for the music. Gotcha. Yeah. So I know, right? Like we do all things here. So I don't know if you've already left, but yes, I do still do music. In addition, and I appreciate that you are supportive of something completely different, non-music related as well. Yeah, I have a lot of interests. Of course, music is also my profession, but covering this all started by accident when that challenge, when somebody said, boy, I wonder if someone could take Emily's footage of Debt Be Heard and put it in order with the sidebars or whatever. And I was like, I'll do that. And that's how I ended up. Yes. So I do still, obviously I play music every day, but I haven't made any music videos because I've been doing this, but I appreciate that you are here regardless. And I'm sure if you are, in case you are wondering, I'm sure I'll have some more music videos soon as well, hopefully. Oh, what's perching? Perching. He's perching right now. Okay, check it out. So there we go. Where I have it paused, he's perching. See? Like a bird. He's perching. That's what I just call it. Because he's whenever he goes over there to that jury box, it's just hilarious. He's camped out. Look, he's got a couple bottles of water. It looks like he's got a cell phone, stack of papers. And it's just so funny how casual it is. Like you would never see this in any other trial ever. Like literally wandering around. There's always the wandering, right? But like wandering around and then just like perching over there. I think it's fucking hilarious. You would never ever see this anywhere else. And I just find it to be one of those things that makes this so endearing to me. And I'm going to update this. But what I was wondering is while I was letting Frodo out, if he did any perching besides the perching he is perching now. So let me update that. I think it's really funny. Unfortunately, he can't do it when the jury's there, right? But luckily, we have so many of these proffers. I think we're going to be in for quite a lot of perching throughout the course of this trial. So let's update that one. All right.
Also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay.
Palmetto
And
State
generally
Bank is
explain
in
how
it
those were
too.
working.
So those were working on, some of those, Russell Lafitte was the
Thanks, Miss
conservator
Pinky
on,
Pants.
and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as if
Russell
they were going to
Lafitte
be
has been
held
convicted.
for the beneficiary. And those,
Janie, so I'm a classically trained violinist since the age of 3. So I have a lot of different stuff. I've got classical violin videos on there. But then I also have a lot of videos of playing guitar and singing almost all original songs. There's a couple covers on there, but I wrote a lot of original songs recently in the past like year or whatever, year and a half. Oh, you were looking at the witness. Yeah. So I have playlists. I have like a guitar playlist and like a violin play. Anyway, so there's diverse genres as well as far as the music, but like, yeah, guitar, it's just me. And anything with guitar, I just use my iPhone and like film it at my house. It's not like, I don't have any fancy, as y'all have learned, I'm not high tech, I'm low tech. So it's just, and it's funny because I only started making those because someone requested it. They're like, hey, you're writing songs, but like, we should be able to hear them. Will you make a video? And I was like, sure. And then of course it was like, and then of course I made a lot more. So it's just really funny, right? How it kind of, yeah, I mean, if you feel like it, Janie, I appreciate that you're here for this. So, but yeah, and thanks, Spanx, anyone who's talking about the music. So yes. Okay. Carry on.
checks were later converted into personal use for Alec.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we, of the boat, of the roadside shooting, when we were going stuff in Alec's office, we actually found Forge, R. Alexander Murdaugh, doing business at Forge bank statements in his office.
Oh, they found the fake Forge.
You found the Bank of America bank statements?
Yes.
And the title on those bank statements was what?
The Forge
R.
Forge.
Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge.
The Forge Forge.
Forge.
I'm gonna hand.
I really think he
Exhibit
thought
314
he could
up
just
to you.
keep using his relationships
could,
for it to be fine.
Correct that with my pen
And
here.
she was like,
then just
not
put
on
your
my
initials
watch.
next to it, please.
It is my job to make sure this law firm runs properly. And that's what I'm going to do. And she did. I hope they gave her a
winning
raise.
20 so far.
Start giving her the bonuses. And how pissed must she be? This is just me speculating, but
Going back
she's
to
writing
exhibit
checks to this dude
314,
for
if we
millions of
look
dollars
at
each year, looking at how much
all
money he's
the
making in an area
Check
with what
dates
the
on
average
here. We
household
have
income's like
the earliest one
$30,000,
being about August of 2015. Is that
and
correct?
he's stealing
That's
from their
right.
clients
then
and
it
from the
continues all the
firm.
way up to early 2021.
I'd be
Is that
pissed
correct?
too.
That's
I am
correct.
pissed too. And it doesn't involve me at all, and I'm pissed for her. She's looking at him making millions of dollars every year and still stealing from them.
I know, it's insane.
She should be pissed. I hope they are paying her bonuses every year
Look
for
at
this.
the whole station over there on that jury box. I love it. I love it.
Documentation for each one of those transactions.
You know what? I'm pausing. You know what it's like? It's like he's got, they have their desky things where they set up, they camp out, set up shop, the defense and the prosecution, they have the table with all their shit on it. When the jury's gone, he just sets up his own over there on the jury box. It's like a staging area, if you will. Like, because and look at so it's like 3 more steps to get to the regular counsel table. So it's like he's got that like a little bit closer there on the jury box, and then if he doesn't have what he needs, he has to go like 3 steps further. I love it. I just love it.
Yes, we have.
Everything's
And these are from the
perfect.
records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's
Everything
correct.
is
And
not
each one of
perfect.
these, has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is a particular case is Elise Mallory. And
Hey,
just as an
Alex,
example, and
Tom Girardi had the CFO on it too, so
See
he
if you
got to,
recognize
he
that
ran
document.
his fraud
Indeed,
from
this
later.
first document
longer.
is the
they're all gonna end up
disbursement,
in
which would
prison,
have been
but-
drafted at the end of the case that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. Next, we have, this one actually had a payment to forge.
The
so I have a
other
copy of
attorneys
that
covered it.
canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Okay. So this is a disbursement sheet, is that right?
That's correct.
And
She's
then down here at
great.
the bottom of this particular one, you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
Going back to this first
If
page.
she's allowed
in
to
this
testify,
particular
she has to
one,
do it again.
How much was the recovery?
We'll,
183,528.
yes, she'll have to do this in front of the,
Was there
in
an
front of the
attorney fee
jury.
taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the attorney will reduce their fee for some reasons.
and the
And do you know
firm
why
generally
the-
has to sign
Who
off on
requested
it.
the fees be reduced in this case?
That would be Alec would have done that.
Alex did that, and so, but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake forge account where Alec
Fake
stole the
forge.
money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the 152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the
Awful.
the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
And again, where are you go? Why is Dick still not in the courtroom?
We've got this spreadsheet that has each one on there, and then for each one of them, we tried to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of the misappropriation. But we've got, just have a few supporting
a-
documents.
Like, we'll be
here all
One, which is
year
the
if we
disbursement sheet,
Get through the whole list.
the fake forged
It's the same.
check typically, and then the corrected disbursement sheet that the firm had to do. That's generally what each packet has. For example, like the one we last did. Is that correct, Ms. Sessions?
That's correct.
Alec again is pending over 100 indictments, mostly financial crimes, theft from clients, suicide for hire, which is something you don't see that often.
Suicide for hire.
Criminal practice.
June 7th, 2021, you
There
came
we
in
go.
demanding answers about those.
We'll see if Corey Fleming
That's
comes in.
correct.
And that conversation ended because he got a call about his father, correct?
That's correct.
And the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie Paul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the prosecution's theory. I don't know if it's going to be good enough for the jury.
Additionally, Alex
I'm-
called you about
I'm
having to get
fascinated.
finances together for a hearing in a boat case later that week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that hearing got canceled as a result of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie Paul.
I'm making
That's
myself
correct.
real busy with this ticker here.
Oh, cross-examination. Remember, for those of you just coming in, this is all the tea, but it's outside the presence of the jury.
The information that
Well, the judge might take a
part
lunch
of the
break to decide.
investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the
The
clients did
Hakeem
not
Pinckney case is
authorize
horrible
any of these
and
transactions.
heartbreaking.
You have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going
Jeannie,
into his personal
killing it.
Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it. No.
right. And any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
Calls for legal
Not
conclusion.
hearsay if they said it to me.
Timing on that was perfect. I'm saying
I
hearsay.
said it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get
Oh,
it.
hold on. I talked over that.
Jim is
Let
trying
me.
her.
Goodness me. Okay, let me rewind that. A lot of things happened at once. First of all, Janie, this was hilarious, right? And so I was like, Daryl Brooks, lawful law. So then Nightbot, chimed in, and right when Nightbot chimed in, Jim Griffin says hearsay. but we missed a funny exchange. So I'm going to rewind that just a second there.
This is all the tea, but it's outside the presence of the jury.
The information that
Well, the judge might take a
part
lunch
of the
break to decide.
investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the
The
clients did
Hakeem
not
Pinkney case is
authorize
horrible
any of these
and
transactions.
heartbreaking.
You have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
right. Any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
Calls for legal
Not
conclusion.
hearsay, they said
Shout out
it
to
to me.
Space Coast.
Some said it to you.
Yeah,
Oh, shit. I just talked over you. God damn it. Hold on.
Get it.
Every time I try
Jim
to
is
do the funny
trying
part.
hard.
All right. Hold on. Sorry.
And the
One more
forensic
time.
Accountants determined that the
The
clients did
Hakeem
not
Pinkney case is
authorize
horrible
any of these.
and
I promise I won't
heartbreaking.
talk over this.
You have no
this time.
personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
right. Any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
Calls for legal
Not
conclusion.
hearsay, they said it to me.
Some said it to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There it is.
Get it. Jim is trying her. And she is not trying. I love
One
this
thing you
outside the
know
presence of the jury. I love an
is that
evidentiary
the Money
hearing.
that you talked about for the fake forge went into an account, Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA Forge, correct?
correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No,
And after you realized that they went into those accounts,
Leading.
did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
yes,
That's the point here, is that no one could have thought he would have done this. Just like no one could have thought he would have killed his wife if he did or not. And we will see
The
that
bottom line is
maybe or not by the end of this trial. We're still
that
not there yet.
there had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
that's right.
Things were
Interesting
continuing
point.
to percolate. They got delayed in June because of everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
But you were now curious and eventually months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. You may step down.
Judge, what are we doing? All right, now we're going to see what happens with the judge's rulings on this. The jury is out of the courtroom. This was an evidentiary hearing. It was essentially a proffer of this witness. This is what this witness is going to say. This is what this witness knows. Oh, she did not look at him
We're
once. And he
running
is
up on lunchtime. Mr. Waters,
Staring.
what's next?
staring straight forward.
We can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alex's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris fees. Again, I don't want to be cumulative for purposes of this, but she will certainly add to.
If anyone doesn't know what STS is, which Janie, you might be the only person that I know of in the chat that maybe doesn't, but hopefully you've figured it out by now. Let me know and I will gladly fill y'all in on the best YouTube channel on the planet and what you guys have been missing. Shout out again to all the STS peeps.
That. We also have available on this particular issue, Michael Gunn, who is the principal in Forge, who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec
Okay.
about structuring fees or at least.
Janie, yes, my dear friend, Janie. So STS, I'm so glad you asked. So Surviving the Survivor is the best YouTube channel on the planet. And if you don't believe me, actually, Nightbot, I have proof. I have it saved on my phone of Nightbot saying that it's a fact, proven fact, that STS is the best YouTube channel on the planet. And so Surviving Survivor. So that's where a lot of our friends here in the chat, we all know each other from there. It's like a family. It's the best YouTube channel, like I keep saying. And the slogan is best guests, best and better community. But we have a lot of fun and a lot of, like inside jokes and stuff. But like I said, we're like a close-knit family. I love it so much. I could go on and on and on. And Spaced Coast, aka Spacey, he is the brother-in-law of the host of the show and does all of the audio and tech stuff for them. He's a wizard. He's like the opposite of me when it comes to technology. And I'm sure that I'm doing a million things wrong. Sorry, Spacey, for all the things wrong that I'm doing. You could see I'm working with a laptop and Bluetooth headphones. And this is my first time talking while playing a video. So it's like baby steps. But anyway, yeah. And also CrimeCon, a lot of us are going to be going to CrimeCon so we can meet up and meet our friends in person. SDS. So yeah. Janie, you've got to make sure you check them out, and we will all see you in the chat. And you're making notes. Awesome. Yeah. And so again, I could go on and on and on about how much I love SDS Nation and everybody there that's involved with the show and everybody in the community. But I will narrow it to as it relates to what we are talking about here. So, and actually that's how I discovered, okay, now it's relevant in my brain. So the way I actually discovered STS was Alex Murdaugh, because it was long before the trial, but and STS was still relatively new at that point. But YouTube, I never actually like look for like recommendations from YouTube, like I always know what I'm going to watch, but like this was the one exception. And I don't know, it was so funny. It's like, it kept popping up, and I normally just ignore like recommended blah, blah, but like it kept popping up. I think it's because somehow my brain saw Eric Bland. And so with the best guests, right? So Joel gets the best guests on, and he was having Eric Bland come on a lot, along with Amy Zimmercheck, which is the attorney for Cousin Eddie, and other attorneys in the area that are involved. That the attorneys sitting in this very courtroom right now that we're looking at, they've been on the show, many of them, and like So anyway, but I think it was because I saw Eric Bland's name, and I was like, wait, what? So because usually it's like you would see like regularly, you're used to like a little soundbite here and there, right? Like of they get one question in like Law and Crime or Court TV, whatever it is, right? You get 10 seconds, that's it, right? And I was like, wait, hang on. This is like a 2-hour show? What? And so it like blew my mind, but that's what it is. So, he'll have on the best guests, including Eric Bland and other people that are related here with this trial. And they come on and they hang out for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Sometimes it just really kind of depends. And Joel asks them questions, but in the chat, we can ask them questions and we can talk to them, and they discuss. I mean, it's like you get information that it's like, it's just great. It's long form instead of just like, here, answer this question. Great. 10 seconds is up. And so, yeah, so that's how I actually discovered STS, was because of the Murdaugh trial. And I was like, it blew my mind. I was like, how is he getting all of these people on? I was like, I didn't even know you could have them like that. They would even do that, because you're used to seeing just the little clips. And here we are with like getting all the details. Like, anyway, it's awesome. And the rest is history. I've not missed a show since. So I'm just seeing if I missed anything. Mix Spanky Pants is straying off topic. Yeah, the long form is where it's at, for sure. Yeah, it is. I'll pull this up here. Yeah, it's awesome. And also, just I'll put this in. I think you guys already are on the Discord, but we have the Law Squirrel Discord, and then there's also an SDS Discord, which I remember that was actually, I think it was my idea, and Jersey Jen, who's actually an NC now. I don't know if you remember this, Spacey, or not, but long time ago, like we had only just heard of what Discord was, and she and I were kind of talking about it, and it started out as like a thing for NC people. It was like, because there was a lot of like NCers, and like we wanted to like be like, hey, we're in NC, and like that's how the whole thing started. And then I remember like Joel was like, hey, Space Coast, can you like set this up or whatever? And I remember like it got set up, and it was like 3 people, and no one knew. We didn't. And it's just so funny to think about how quickly. Now look at it, right? Like the Discord has like, I mean, it's insane. It's insane, really. Really cool. And I'm proud of all of us who are jumping outside of our comfort zones with technology and, you know, saying, okay, we'll try it out, right? And then getting over that learning curve, which is awesome. So, okay, all right, let's carry on.
Nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All of that would be very lengthy, but we have all of that available, and as much as that's necessary to complete the story for purposes of the in-camera hearing. We have arranged to get additional SLED and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon. If you
Let the
wish to
jury
make
go
use of the
home.
Jury for that.
Let them
And
go.
also, as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular
Send
instances.
the jury home.
But we do have a confession of judgment that I would offer to the court at this point in time
Where he
in the
pled?
Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well. In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court, which also refers to his admissions of
Yep.
financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing
They have
evidence
to prove
established.
by clear.
Does anyone watch The Office? Because where I have it paused, the dude who's on the very far right of the screen with glasses and the plaid tie. Boy, I don't know that I've ever seen that before. As I say that, I'm like, wow, that exists. Oh, bye, Janie. Oh no, I'm sorry that you're getting a migraine. Sometimes like a cold, like if you have a cold thing, like a ice pack or something like on the forehead, that can help. I hope you feel better. But yeah, the dude on the right with the plaid tie, I think this every time I see him, he looks just like one of the people who's on The Office, who's not like a main character. He's like, shows up every now and again. I can't even remember what he does. He's like one of Dwight's friends or something. But anyway, I swear to God, it's got to be the same guy because it's very distinctive looking individual. So, and then you have Randy Murdaugh, right? We still haven't figured out what actor he looks like. So again, to-do list, figure out these people's doppelgangers. Okay.
These
Convincing
various,
evidence.
other crimes. And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well.
Remember,
I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally, with the boat case as well. And
Yes,
that would be
McSpanks. Yes.
some of the financial witnesses that we would
Yes.
offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank that will talk about
If
the
needed.
extent of Alex Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened and the reason why, explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
remember, Creighton is the lead attorney on all of the indictments,
Mr. Griffin?
all of them.
Your Honor, I think there's more than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B. And
404B.
without even getting to whether they can
Okay.
prove it up by
Learning moment. So if y'all remember from the lesson earlier, how many hours ago that was, well, it hasn't been that long, but 404B, remember, what's the key term? Prejudicial versus probative. So 404B, it's really interesting that he's mentioning this because Judge Newman made it very clear he's not ruled on any 404 evidence yet. He's only ruled on 403, which is the prior bad acts. 404, remember, is character evidence. So I don't know why he's even making this argument, because Judge Newman has said he's not ruled on any 404 yet, but here he is again with the 404. So let's see what happens.
Clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time.
I'm clear
But-
and convinced.
The whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor,
Me too.
403 also includes a component of
We'll go over
undue
4.
delay. And as he just described, all the financial
Good
misdeeds or
argument.
crimes that he wants to prove up,
Good
we're going to
argument.
be here until end of February, I suspect, or
Oh,
March.
stop it.
That's adding 2 weeks to this trial.
That is not. That's
You
not
know-
adding 2 weeks to the trial. The court wants to. That was an
Yes, sir.
overreach. But the
Yes,
court
sir.
wants to
And
prevent a
obviously,
trial within a
As I
trial.
even pointed out with this witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation.
Yeah.
Frankly, the extent of misappropriation is very.
So I just looked at I was thinking to myself, wait, the trial did go into March anyway, didn't it? Yep. I just looked it up. March 2nd. So that was a bit of, what's the word? Foreshadowing there coming from Jim.
Very broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being
The
on
boat
the scene.
case.
within
That's right.
Seconds of the 911 call happening, and that is, of course, the boat.
Oh, we watched that last night, right? What he's saying, the very first door that was opened was Alex opening the door on himself, literally when he made the 911 call. He made the 911 call, and he says, this is about the boat case. The first cop shows up on the scene, right? On the body cam that we watched last night. This is about the boat case. I mean, so look at him. I mean, it's like, dude, you did this to you. You do it to yourself, Radiohead. Yeah, that's Alex Murdaugh doing it to himself and opening all the doors on himself. And also, I need to add 2 more boat cases to the ticker.
Case. And what does that mean? But there's 2 things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seckinger that morning over the Ferris fees that have been percolating for a while. And then number 2 is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is to, in a specific request for production and interrogatory, to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seckinger was able
The
to
shit's
do,
out of the horse.
just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also
The
you know,
house of
I don't have to
cards.
get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing a possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of,
So I'm laughing at myself, you know, because should Radiohead ever watch this live stream? Shout out to Radiohead. Oh God.
consequence that's hanging out there is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life. The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar
Excuse me.
series of events
Your
like
Honor,
nothing
we'd
ever
like to
seen.
show the jury
is
all the
certainly
reasons.
relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June the 7th. Again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white-collar cases.
Thank
In
God.
the context of this murder case, it's only to explain to the jury enough of what was going on.
That the house of cards was crumbling.
Unfathomable set of events for a lawyer, what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th. I think that's extremely relevant, and we plan to do so in a very expedited and focused fashion.
Your Honor, I would say for purposes of the trial, going forward with the jury, I mean, we're not stipulating to any facts.
For anyone who didn't know this, you can see there's a portrait back there on that wall. Y'all may have already known this, but for them to even have this trial, they had to remove a big ass portrait of Alex's dad, and I think also his grandfather. There might have been more than one. that was hanging on that wall, you know, as like a fucking legend of that courthouse and running the town and all that. They actually had a hearing on it, that they had to decide it. Yes, that is more prejudicial than probative, right? So they had to take down the fucking portrait in order to even have his fucking double homicide trial in that building. Isn't that nuts? It's just nuts.
Well,
He was asking for the purposes of this hearing, Jim.
Hearing.
We get it.
I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir.
I think that's true.
As far as the court's view of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists,
I
clear and
agree. Jim is
convincing
being
evidence,
cooperative with the
not
court.
proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. Says that degree of
This
proof
is
which will give
how much is coming in, Your Honor. We know it's coming in.
me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven.
I think we're there.
And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communication with Ms. Griswold that's in the record,
The facts are the facts.
with Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr.
And you-
Gunn,
You guys, just so you know what we have coming up, I keep pausing it, so we'll get there someday. I have to remember what we have coming up on this video, just so you guys know. We will be hearing from Chris Wilson. We will be hearing from Michael Gunn of The Real Forge, but the Chris Wilson, that's like the earth shattering. Yeah, it's that. I'll never forget that. I mean, it's hard to even listen to that testimony. And anyway, all right, let's keep going so we can see it.
Forge is a well-known consulting firm, and the Bank of America account says
How many times are they going to get to say fake
Richard
forge
A.
to the
Murdaugh,
jury?
sole proprietor, DBA Forge, confession of judgment, disbarment.
He's letting it in without further hearing is what I'm getting.
I'm happy to sit and hear any and all of the testimony. One of the things that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time listening and hearing all of the evidence because of the expediency of things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we never
like, I'm here. Let's do it.
Conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that.
It's like, I will receive.
Without needless presentation of evidence
Yes.
twice, more than once. And now I understand the defense's position, and I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether or
Do we
not,
need more witnesses or
this
not?
should
That's what the
be
judge is asking.
admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and I haven't heard much argument on the race geste issue, which is equally important.
There is no argument.
or
That's why.
perhaps more important. But if you
And remember, guys,
He's giving the defense a
Res geste.
chance to say how they.
Res geste is the contextual evidence that can come in to give context for motive, right? That's what he's referring to there again when you hear mentioning the res geste.
Want to proceed forward,
do
we continue with the evidentiary hearing?
The nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony.
or do we get to the
If they're
trial?
here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we
The
can.
court's offering to continue
you
the
indicate
evidentiary
that there are
hearing and let the
some
jury go
other
home.
witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon.
Not really.
Sir, after our discussion this morning, we got some folks rolling, and after lunch hour, I think we can take us through the end of the day with witnesses that don't relate to this specific issue.
Oh, Rob will
Go
talk.
in that direction and then resume with more witnesses later this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and to be in an idle format.
Give them a day off tomorrow. Give the jury a day off
To the
tomorrow.
extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward.
Roll the rest of this tomorrow
That's best.
and give the jury Friday off. Let's do that.
If you can't, then
Let's do some
then I
witnesses
make
this
the call.
afternoon. Let's give the jury the day off tomorrow, and let's do all the rest of this
Your Honor,
tomorrow.
As I mentioned
Jim's like,
earlier,
shit, I have to decide. Yep.
strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B.
Yeah, he
and you
doesn't
don't
agree
need
with
to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing.
He doesn't
I mean,
agree.
if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about race justice?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res justi is redress justi.
There's that. Corrects him.
The court,
Tomato.
the court
tomato, right?
and the power
So
struggle over how to
the only
pronounce
thing
race
that comes close to
justice.
that is, the
It's spelled
the encounter
Geste.
on June the 7th by Ms.
Don't
by
quote
this
the
witness
judges.
up there about the
Pronunciation.
Ferris matter. So one matter, it's the Chris Wilson co-counsel fee issue. And that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders. And
The state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant, not solely what this witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew
Cumulative facts.
that was subject to exposure.
Alec knows
So,
the way
Your
this
Honor,
is
in
going.
the,
He knows the way this
with
court is
regard
going.
to the res justi issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and
Oh yeah,
and that-
Jim's got a
and
hard
that
job at the moment.
is somewhat similar in that it involved
He's trying.
thefts
There's nothing for
where
him to
someone
grab
stealing
onto.
money,
There's no
and-
branch.
and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the day or the day previous,
Alec
and
looks
then
like he is going to
number of
barf
thefts.
in court.
months and years before.
Did the judge do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis in King?
Well, and the trial judge allowed it in. The Supreme Court, Justice Burnett in 1999 overturned Judge Hicks Harwell for admitting the evidence.
How?
Without doing the hearing. That's what the
404
court
analysis,
just
403
said.
analysis.
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there.
Not a
That's,
hearing. You have to do what we're
He
doing
is.
now.
Jim's trying.
By the way, the fellow on the far right screen there in the salmon colored shirt I'm gonna go with, and like a purple thingy around his neck and glasses. That's Michael DeWitt. Joel's had him on the show, SDS, as a best guest a couple times. He's a journalist there in the area who has written extensively on the Murdaugh case. And I just wanted to point out that he's sitting there. And yes, he has been a best guest.
He's in a tough spot. And he's in a tough spot. And this is the
yes,
hard
sir,
thing
but
with
in the
representing a
case, they
friend.
said
He's in a
while the
tough
remote
spot
thefts may have
with
been
one of his dearest
minimally
friends.
relevant, show motive under law, the prejudicial effect of this
also
evidence
did
far outweighs
unthinkable
the
things
slight
as a
probative
lawyer.
value. So the
Murder
Supreme Court did
aside.
a 403 analysis. And
The
that's in
lawyering
footnote
shit's
5.
appalling. What Jim is saying is please don't let all this in. It's not relevant.
Please.
It's too much. It's too cumulative, and it doesn't prove anything. And the court
Yeah.
simply
Cumulative.
does not
We could
agree.
argue that more.
Break.
Give him a
We'll
plan.
resume at, we'll resume at 2:00 with, at 2:15 with witnesses. And we will resume with witnesses and the jury witnesses. And we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later.
I think they do in camera all day
In
Friday.
recess at 2:15.
In recess till 2:15. All right.
State Hall, investigator Dylan Hightower.
All right.
Oh,
So here's
now we're
one of
getting to
those.
Hightower. We've heard
Right.
about High.
So like I was saying, I haven't notated there now just because we go back and forth. As you just heard them say, they're going to have a regular witness, jury witness, and then they're going to go back to the proffers. So they took a break. Now we're back. Jury's present. So this is normal court, right? We're going to have a regular witness. So this is Dylan Hightower. Jury is present.
Tower.
Raise your right hand and left hand. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I wonder if we'll get to the third defendant's third
State your name
interview.
again for the record. Spell your last name.
That would be
Not yet.
interesting.
Got weeks to go for that, Emily.
My name is Dylan Hightower, Hightower.
Investigator Hightower, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where are you employed, sir?
I currently work for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office as an investigator. I also supervise the Criminal Intelligence Unit within our office.
He's the one who downloaded
What
the
is the 14th
Celebrate
Circuit Solicitor's
on
Office?
interview 2.
The District Attorney of the 14th Circuit, which is comprised of 5 counties, Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Our
Alec
office
works?
handles all general sessions related
Where he
criminal
works?
offenses in court.
All right. And specifically your role as an investigator, what are your duties at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir. My duties are to prepare cases for trial, locate and identify witnesses, interview witnesses, obtain any additional evidence that may be needed prior to trial. We also prepare witness testimony for all of our
Investigator.
potential witnesses for all of our trials. Also, outside of preparing cases for trial, I assist with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies with active and criminal investigations.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe your background in law enforcement that led to your employment at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's
He
Office?
downloaded the
Yes,
Celebrate
so in
during the second.
2010, I graduated from the University of South Carolina in Columbia with a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. Soon thereafter, a criminal intelligence position became available within the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, to which I then applied and accepted. Initially, when I first was hired, I attended a 4-week on-the-job training at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and the Fusion Center for Criminal Intelligence Analysis School. Afterward, I attended the PennLink Call Analysis Training Center
My
there
pen
in
is
Columbia as
dead.
well. In 2013, I became a Class 1 certified law enforcement officer. In 2014, I attended the ETS Fundamentals of Call Detail Record Analysis in Pinehurst, North Carolina. In 2015, I attended and became a Sistine SecureView cellular forensics operator to obtain the evidence from a specific device or telephone, cellular telephone. In 2016,
So I'll pause real quick. We've just added to the ticker. Finally, I was waiting for this one. Oh wait, it's not SC, it's USC. Hold on. Another theme that we have coming up that's really funny is how they always get like the life story of these witnesses, and everybody went to University of South Carolina. And eventually it'll come up here in trial where they end up talking quite a bit about the sports games and the Gamecocks. And there's quite a bit of funny moments where they're just like, they'll just be talking about it. It's like, what is even happening? How is this even real life right now? Like, they're just like, oh yeah, I remember seeing you at the game. And it's like, this is insanity. But we got our first ticker for USC/Gamecocks. We also got a mention of SLED. So we're doing good.
if I may refer to my notes.
I need to refer to the rest of my resume. For those of you asking, why isn't
Later on in 2015, I attended a course.
we love your resume. Why isn't the woman still testifying? That motion's not done yet.
It stands for Enterprise.
They're not done with the evidentiary hearing that was started. That'll be finished later today and
Stands
tomorrow.
for Gladiator Autonomous Receiver.
Wait, he said
Essentially,
gladiator?
that class taught us to use specific devices and software to
You went to
identify
Gladiator
digital
I'm trying to talk and they go to
footprints,
Gladiator
cellular towers
school?
within a specific area. In 2017, I attended
I'm teasing.
a operator course for Black Bag Mobilize, which is a forensic tool to extract data off of a
I
cellular
wonder if he
telephone.
plotted the
In
cell phone
2018,
pings.
I attended the FBI CAST. CAST stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team on a class
You might be doing the cell
involving
phone
historical cell site analysis, which
Yes.
identifies tower activity, tower orientation,
Cell
sector
towers.
information of incoming and outgoing calls on a specific telephone number.
And Investigator Hatter, I'm gonna stop you there.
Back.
I'm gonna stop you there because clearly
As
you've
part of
done a
your
lot of
job
things.
as
We get it.
investigator,
Yes, he went to gladiator school. I'm
your
just
role is
going with
to,
that.
Help with cell records and cell tower
Being facetious.
information, correct?
Yes, sir, among other things.
And you've also had training on downloading and doing
Are you or
extracts
are you
from
not
phones
a
as well,
gladiator?
correct?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. Is it unusual for you to respond to murder scenes in the 14th Circuit?
No, sir, not at all.
And you've personally met the defendant in this case, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And
Did you
does,
meet him before
Mr.
you-
Alex Murdaugh, or at least at one point, have an association with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir, he did.
What was that association?
He was identified as a volunteer solicitor within our office.
All right. And when you say assistant solicitor, what does an
So
assistant
weird.
solicitor do?
It's such an odd
They
thing to
prosecute
allow.
cases in General Sessions Court.
Just
And
to help out.
You've, in your role, you've participated in
It's a
number
nice
of
suit he's
trials,
got.
Before, correct?
I have. I've been doing this for approximately coming up on 12 and a half years.
Have you had an opportunity to participate in any trials with the defendant, Richard or Alexander Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, there was one.
Because there was only ever one.
Probably 2015, 2016. It was a murder case out of Hampton County.
And what role did Mr. Alexander Murdaugh fill in that case?
He was essentially one of the prosecutors on the case. His father, Randolph Murdaugh, was technically the lead on the case and who I spoke with and met with prior to my testimony in the trial.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to June 8th of 2021. You recall that day, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 4147 Moselle Road here in
Counsel?
Hampton, or Colleton County?
Can you?
Yes,
just-
sir, I did.
All right. And
Can you just
briefly explain
Stop
how you
walking?
became involved in what you
Please?
responded out there on that day?
So that morning, multiple phone calls
Sir.
were crossing through multiple employees throughout our office regarding the incident.
There you go.
that
Stand there.
occurred.
Just plant it right there.
We then all,
Stop, stay.
we being myself, two other investigators, my solicitor, my deputy solicitor, traveled to Sled Low Country here in Walterboro and attended a briefing
Chad,
involving
I
all
see
the
you,
law
man. I'll be your
enforcement
solicitor.
agencies,
I
responsible
see
for the
you.
investigation.
Chad, I see you.
During that briefing, we learned more about the particulars of what had occurred. And then afterward, we had all traveled together in multiple vehicles to 4147 Moselle Road.
Okay. So yourself and several other 14th Circuit investigators responded, correct?
Yes, sir. I drove with one other investigator riding with me. One additional investigator met us there. Captain Ryan Neal with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was in the vehicle with Solicitor Stone and Deputy Solicitor Thornton.
And now, you just testified that it's not unusual for you yourself to respond to murder scenes, correct?
No, sir. And all of the murder cases that I've been involved with and any
Chad's
type of
not
criminal
wrong.
proceeding, probably 95% of those scenes I've actually gone to.
Okay.
95%. That's a lot of scenes.
Was it unusual for the solicitor to respond to a scene?
They waking you up out of
quickly
bed all the
after
time?
An incident,
Ugh.
in your experience?
No, sir, not at all. Again, we, as a staff involved with the prosecution team, we had always traveled to a crime scene if we go to a courtroom.
All right, and just so it's clear, I don't know if you said it yet, but who is the solicitor of the 14th Circuit?
Solicitors Duffy Stone.
And he'd be your direct boss, right?
I go through the Deputy Solicitor Sean Thornton, but
He'd be the ultimate boss.
the ultimate boss is Solicitor Stone, yes, sir.
At the
And
DA's
once you got
office,
to the
I had like
scene,
7 bosses at any
what
given
did you
time. So he's like, yeah, well, he's
Once we
kind of my boss.
arrived on scene, we met with Captain Ryan Neal, kind of all in a group. Captain Neal then walked around.
Y'all, as a reminder, so I've got his testimony here. It's abridged, of course. We're going to get to some of the key cell phone evidence, and up next after him, we're back into proffers. We're going to be hearing from Michael Gunn, so real forge, not fake forge, and after that, we're getting to Chris Wilson. So hopefully, y'all are still enjoying everything. If you have questions, let me know. Put them in the chat. And thanks again for being here. And yes, that's all for now.
On the scene and kind of noted different points of view, different pieces of the crime scene had already been relinquished at that point by the crime scene agents. There was no crime scene tape up. It was wide open. There are multiple members of the law firm there, other SLED agents as well.
It was absolutely
We
a
all
wide
kind of
open
walked around
crime
the scene,
scene.
around the barn,
Facts.
around the kennels, identified the points of interest of where each of the bodies were with Paul and Maggie, and then kind of circulated around the property and got a better visual of what all actually occurred.
Before the solicitor's office recused themselves.
And while you're there, did you bring any equipment with you to help aid in the investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you bring?
Our 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office drone.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to step down real quick to point out a couple things, if you don't mind. You point out, from what you were told when you're on the scene, approximately where Paul Murdaugh's body was found on that picture. I would use that.
Don't kneel. If you get on your knee, the chat's going to lose their mind, sir. Thank you.
Paul's body was right here near the dog kennels.
Okay, and where was Maggie's body?
She would have been right under this area over here, just on the corner around the
High
edge.
Tower
And you testified by the time you got
has
to the
done a good
scene,
job
like,
not turning his back to the
and
jury.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say, you can take
What an epic last name, right? Hightower. Like, that's so crazy. And like, you know, his last name's Hightower and he went to gladiator school. Just kidding about the last part.
Everybody's just
when you
walking
say
all over the place in this
that,
courtroom.
crime scene had cleared, what does that mean to you?
It was no longer an active crime scene. Once the crime scene tape is removed, it's no longer active.
Chat, you can tell he's not with SLED. He doesn't have a beard.
And view the crime scene at that point.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and now call your attention to this line of trees right here. You see that? sir?
I've slept
Yes,
more
sir,
during
I
this
did.
trial than when
This
I was
picture,
doing
you
trials
can
myself,
take a
though.
seat. This picture taken again when?
These were taken on the afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
I appreciate him waiting till he got back to the mic to
Kind of
answer.
running diagonally between the kennels and the house, correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
And you were out there at the scene personally, correct?
I was.
And from the best of your recollection, can you remember the approximate height of most of these trees at that time?
I would approximate probably 6, 7, maybe 8 feet on certain ones. But you did get a clear channel, a clear view back towards the residence.
Okay.
No machine.
While you're at the scene, did Maggie's cell phone come up in conversation?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Describe the context of that. How did it come up, and who was there when it came up?
It was during the general overview of the scene. We started asking questions about pieces of physical evidence that might have been identified. I learned at that time that Paul's phone was found on him, and Maggie's phone was not located anywhere near the scene during scene processing. So therefore, I explored other options to try and identify where her phone may be.
When you learned Maggie's phone was missing, what did you have any ideas?
I did, yes, sir.
What idea did you have?
Knowing that they were the Murdaughs were a close-knit family, I figured one of the family members might have had her direct location on Find My iPhone, knowing that they all utilized iPhones.
And did you communicate that idea to anybody?
Yes, sir, I did. I spoke with John Marvin Murdaugh on scene.
All right. And what did he do in reaction to your suggestion?
He believed that one of the family members did have access to Maggie Murdaugh's phone location via Find My iPhone. He left for a few minutes, short minutes, and came back to me with a cell phone believed to be Buster Murdaugh's phone.
You're not 100% positive whose phone?
Not
it was?
100% positive.
So
All right.
Buster
What did
might
you
have had
do once this
location
phone was
on.
handed to you by John Marvin?
I took possession of the phone, obviously looked at the virtual map, walked in the direction of where I believed it to be to see if it might be in the general vicinity of where we were around the dog kennels. As I walked probably 30, 40 yards, I realized I was much further away than I originally anticipated. So I then went back to my vehicle. I got in with John Marvin. I had possession of the phone the entire time. Two of our other investigators, Solicitor JoJo Woodward and Investigator Donnie Hutto, rode with me back towards the general area of where the device was showing.
Well, that's way less
Okay.
sketch if law enforcement goes with the brother.
And so you had this family phone the entire
Buster is
time,
the
correct?
surviving son.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were tracking to where Maggie's
This
phone
makes way more
exactly
sense
was.
that law
I was
enforcement
driving
went
and
with
looking
John
down at the
Marvin.
phone, making sure I was going in the proper direction.
That makes more
Approximately
sense.
how far did you drive?
About a half a mile from the entrance to the barns, the driveway to the barns.
Which entrance?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 227. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that?
That's an overview from Google Maps that shows both the residence as well as the general location of where I ultimately located Maggie Murdaugh's phone along the edge of Moselle Road.
So where was
Anna, we
Maggie's
don't know which
phone
way
in
he
relation to
drove
these
because
two
there's
orange flags
two.
again?
So it'd be the furthest one away. This is just a point of view from the street looking back towards where the phone was.
There's two exits
And,
from the house.
We see, looks like pavement in the
We
foreground.
know which way he
Is that
said he
correct?
went.
Yes, sir. That is Moselle Road.
And so that
But his
represents the
car
edge of
has
the road,
GPS.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
correct? And just so it's clear,
If his car GPS doesn't go by where this phone is,
is this the north side
prosecutor's
of the
gonna-
road or south side of the road?
big problem.
This would be,
Well, let's go back.
Because we're going to get the car GPS, we just don't have it yet.
So is the phone found on the right side of Moselle Road on this picture or the left side?
it would be on the right side Derek, from this angle.
And this, again, doesn't mean anything because we don't know which way.
Okay.
Alec
I'm going to show
went.
you exhibit
'Cause we don't have the
234.
phone, we don't have the GPS from the car yet.
And do you recognize what's in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
And right in the center of that picture, what is that?
That is the Apple iPhone that actually had a camouflage case with an orange tint to it, and there was standing water on top of the screen.
Okay. And I see a little black area if you look up and
Standing
left
water?
of the phone in the center of the picture there. Do you know what that was, or was that anything significant?
I don't believe it was anything significant. From what I recall, it might have been a bottle or something of that nature.
Okay.
Like
gonna show
somebody
now
threw it out the
exhibit
car with
239.
other things?
That is the cell phone identified as Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And can you
I had to pause it real quick. I think we find out a little bit later. Oh, Abby. Okay, I just saw your comment. I'll get to that in just a sec. So, I think we find out a little bit later the bottle. I think we find out that it's actually a Capri Sun, because Alex loved orange Capri Suns, and I just wanted to make note of the fact that I had forgotten all about Capri Suns until they came up in this trial, and when the day that we find out that there's Capri Suns involved, I actually went to the store and got a whole case of Capri Suns, and I think I actually still have some in my fridge. I might go get one. And okay, yeah, Abby, to answer your question. So STS, so that's the best YouTube channel on the planet, Surviving the Survivor. A lot of our friends here in chat are STSers, as we say. I talked about it quite extensively earlier, so you can maybe like replay through that situation in here, because I do want to keep playing so we can get to Michael Gunn and Chris Wilson, because that's really great. And also the cross on him is really funny with him and Pooh coming up here in a sec too. But yeah, Surviving the Survivor. I'll put up, I have a banner for it as well here. Highly recommend. Abby, we would love to see you there in the chat. We're like a family. Oh, where is my? I have this one. This has the full name of the channel here, Abby. I have it on the screen. Best coverage of the Edelsons, but also best guests and best coverage on everything, and also best community and best channel on the planet. Even Nightbot says so. Okay, so let's keep going.
approximate the distance from the road that you found this phone?
I did not step it off or measure it, but I would
Why?
say between 15 and 20 feet.
Okay.
We should get the GPS from Alex Murdaugh's car. They've talked about it a bunch. They've referenced it, but it's
We are
clear that
looking
there are
at
other
exhibit-
witnesses who did that.
228. All right, describe what's in this picture, please.
That is just a more close-up picture of the Apple iPhone recovered from the leaves.
And do I see something on the screen of that phone?
Yes, sir. It's standing water, believed to be from the moisture from the night before.
And that screen, is that facing up or facing down?
They are the
Screen is
beards,
facing up.
and will be referred to as the beards forever. The beards should have measured. Maybe the beards measured.
Exhibit
We haven't heard that
235.
testimony yet.
All right. And what's in this picture?
It's just the opposite angle on the other side of the phone, more of a close-up of the iPhone.
You can see those water droplets on the phone.
Yes, sir.
He was wearing a
See.
blue shirt and khaki pants.
Some sort
like
of
to go to
line on
work.
top of the phone. Can you tell what that is?
appears to be some sort of plant or
Mostly that color combo.
All right, what is in the, describe this picture.
So the reason behind this is to obviously identify the location of where the device was. I had walked out to Moselle Road, gotten to the center of the roadway and taken a picture of the trees in the field directly on the opposite side of the road of where the phone was found.
Okay.
I can't believe they didn't actually mark it. I hope somebody did. It
All
might
right,
not have
and
been this witness to
exhibit,
do.
232.
I hope somebody marked it from the
Describe
road.
this picture, please.
This is me standing in the same location as
But
the
if
previous
he's taking
picture.
the pictures-
This is me just turning right towards the residence
If
to
he's
show the
taking the
pitch in the
pictures, he should have
road
marked
as
it.
well as the start or the break of the field off to the left.
So
Why?
you're standing
Just
basically
measure it.
across the road from where Maggie's phone was found, correct?
That is correct. It'll be directly to my right in this picture.
And facing down that road, what's that way?
That's back towards the residence and the kennels.
And whose vehicle, do you recall whose vehicle is in that picture?
That was Captain Ryan Niels.
Okay, finally, exhibit 229. All right, and what's this picture?
That is a close-up of the back of the picture, or back of the iPhone. That's Special Agent Katie McAllister that has possession of it. At that point in time, we had put it in airplane mode and seal it into a evidence bag.
Should have turned it off. He looks way more stressed.
You did not physically pick the phone up, correct?
I never once touched the phone, yes,
You
sir.
observed it being picked up, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And we heard from that witness already, I think.
And did you have any further to do with Maggie's phone after it was collected?
I was provided the extraction once that was completed, but
Okay.
yes, nothing further with the actual device.
Okay. And that was from Lieutenant Dove?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go forward to the day of June 10th, which was 2 days after you found Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know why
And
they
did you have
didn't measure.
reason to respond back out to Moselle on that day?
It was not Moselle, but I believe it was John Marvin's hunting property.
Okay. All right. You responded to John Marvin's hunting property, and why did you go there on that day, June 10th?
I was requested to extract cellular phones from Alex Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh, while they're all being questioned by SLED agents.
All right. To your knowledge, did all those individuals provide consent? for that
Yes, sir, they
search?
did, as well as their passcodes.
Okay.
And once the interviews were being
John
concluded,
Marvin,
a phone
Alex?
call was made to multiple family members explaining Randolph's condition, and they all had to leave and go back into Alameda.
Okay.
I was only able to extract 3 phones at that time.
Whose
the
phones were that?
grandfather,
Alex, Randy's, and Buster Murdaugh.
the grandfather passed away
And just
that
generally speaking,
afternoon.
why did you download?
after these interviews.
Why were you needed to download his phones on that day? What was the purpose?
I was tasked by multiple SLED agents to assist them while they were conducting all their interviews, to extract the contents of the phone, to see if there might be any evidence of the murders in any of their phones.
And was it unusual for SLED in this area to request your
Answer this in a
assistance
break.
with some cell phone
I want to
evidence?
talk about
No,
that.
sir, not at all.
Okay. All right, so you downloaded those 3 phones. This jury has heard testimony about different types of extractions. What type of extractions did you do on June 10th?
What is celebrate?
Let's focus on Alex's phone. What type of extraction did you do?
What is a
The initial
celebrate?
extraction was an advanced logical that I had done there on scene
Oh,
at the hunting property.
It wasn't a
How long do you
celebrate.
recall approximately that logical extraction took?
Advanced logical was basically just a surface area of the phone, identifying the call logs, incoming and outgoing phone calls, text messages, any emails, general location information. You won't always get a whole lot of location information, but ideally to get a pretty good idea as to what's happening on that phone during that time frame.
So you
And
didn't do a
just
full
time-wise,
download.
You know, I know every phone's different, but do you recall approximately how long it took to download Alex's phone?
I would say between 30 minutes and an hour.
And did you feel like you had hours and hours and days to download those phones?
No, sir, I did not.
Because what did you do after you were done extracting them?
Well, that's leading.
I supplied each of their phones back to them, obviously because of the issues dealing with Mr. Randolph at that time.
And you felt some pressure because of the health issues of Mr. Randolph?
I'm sorry. I have to pause for a minute. The defense said in their opening that this was a rush to judgment, that these officers treated him like a murder suspect and didn't give him any consideration. And what I am hearing is that they didn't do full extractions of the phones because they wanted to make sure that everyone had their phones back because his dad was ill. I'm sorry. What? It's a double homicide investigation. They're like, we don't want to inconvenience you. We want to make sure you have your phones. The deference. Also the leading.
To return their phones to them so they could take care of family business?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. All right, and so you said a minute ago, so all you removed from these phones was that surface layer of information, correct? Is that what you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that surface information includes text and call logs, pictures and videos and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And you said sometimes you get some location data, but not always, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. And you just testified that you took those cell phone records, which, to remind a jury, that's information that's stored by who?
By Verizon, in this case, Verizon, but yes.
By the cell company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you compared it to the information you found on these phones, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And specifically, with Alex's phone, what did you discover when you're comparing these phone records to the phone itself, the call log?
Once I started, I essentially built a digital timeline of all forms of digital evidence that we had during that time frame, and it was kind of a working copy. During that time frame, I compared the call logs from the extraction or from the actual device to the phone logs that I saw on the call detail records provided from Verizon. On the date in question on June 7th, I only saw 2 FaceTime calls on the phone extraction, and I saw a series of around 73 phone calls on the Verizon call detail record.
Okay. And what did that tell you when you saw that missing information?
It could be a multitude of things. They were either removed by the user or the one responsible for using the device. It could have overlapped from the call log history. It could have been a series of things, but I just wanted to make sure that I identified the phone numbers that were in communication during that time frame, and the lack of that information on the actual phone.
And you just said it could have overlapped, and that, what does that mean?
Over time, your call log obviously gets historically just kind of removes itself from the call log history on your actual device. It's nearly impossible, or actually I know of no way to delete any phone calls that you might have made that have processed through the network, or in this case, Verizon.
So there's no way for a user to delete records from Verizon, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But, you know, in your investigation of his phone, of Alex's phone, I mean, is that what happened? Did his call log just simply overlap? Were you able to determine that?
I was not able to determine it because it was an advanced logical, so I wasn't able to recover any deleted items during that time frame.
But did you, in your review of the call logs, did you discover whether sometime prior to the June 7th, that there were still calls in those logs?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And so is this a case where simply the calls just simply overlapped and the oldest went out as the new calls were made?
It's possible.
Well, if there's a gap, you just testified there were phone calls.
Yes, Your Honor,
Finally, accurate. Leading as hell.
Did you just testify that there were phone calls from prior to June 7th still remaining on that phone?
FaceTime calls, yes, sir.
Okay.
You guys, I just checked my fridge. I had 1 Capri Sun left, and I'm drinking it right now. It is so refreshing, and it reminds me of being a kid and being at the pool all summer. Just saying.
On the call log on the phone extraction. The report that I was provided, because it was a working copy, was from June 1st to June 10th.
Okay. All right. But there were FaceTime calls prior to that, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a user accesses just the phone itself and they look at a call log, will that display both calls made over Verizon? It will display calls made over the Verizon network, the call log?
Yes, sir. Anything that connected to the network.
All right. And will display FaceTime calls as well?
It would, yes, sir.
All right. And you found FaceTime calls from prior to June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And but as far as you could tell, as far as calls themselves, when did you start seeing call records start?
Right around the morning, late morning, early afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
Okay. And is there, other than this overlapping situation, is there any other way that you're aware of that could have removed that gap in phone call logs?
If the user went in and manually removed it themselves.
But there's no other automatic process other than what we've already discussed
No, sir.
for this witness?
Yes, sir.
I really miss the defense attorney with the beard who does the tech already. I already miss him.
Understand you.
I
sort of an alien
already
concept
miss
to me.
him.
Solicitor's office going to murder scenes. You go to a bunch of murder scenes?
Yes, sir. Among my other duties, I am involved with the ATF. I'm a task force officer with the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms out of Charleston. So I do some proactive roles there, as well as reactive roles in investigating crimes that will ultimately be my case anyways and come into a courtroom.
If they arrest somebody.
If they arrest somebody, in some cases, and when no arrests are made, yes, sir.
When they're what?
In some cases, when no arrests are made, I would still arrive or respond to the crime scene.
And you took.
You don't know if an arrest is
Solicitor
made necessarily.
Duffy Stone with you, the chief prosecutor for the circuit, right?
We rode in separate vehicles, but yes, he was along with me, yes.
Is that because y'all
And
are
I think
afraid of the
I saw
Murdaughs?
somewhere in evidence, he actually took photographs that morning, did he not?
Yes, sir, he did.
Is that usual? That the solicitor go around doing evidentiary photos?
Not at all. With the way his mind works, he goes in and he thinks of every idea possible of what could possibly be an issue later on down the road if he prosecutes a case. And he wants to make sure that's all documented in his own phone.
And so if he takes a picture and
He
wants
wanted to
use it in the
document it
prosecution,
for his
does he
friend.
introduce it, authenticate it? And-
Yeah, this is interesting here because he's talking about Duffy Stone. So there's a whole backstory here on this 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office situation where Alex and his family was a part of and all this. You know, the good old the good old boys club and all that we always hear about being referred to in the low country of South Carolina. That was my Southern accent impression. A lot of that is this particular office or is affiliated with it. And especially if you're familiar with with Manny Matney and the coverage that she's done, with a lot of the other cases in the area that aren't necessarily related to the Murdaughs or anything like that, but they're just, you know, it's just the criminal justice system there. There's a lot of corruption and a lot of problems. And, you know, it goes way back to how everything was kind of founded in that area. You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, favors here and there, you know, building the courthouse, building all the law firms, being the judges, blah, blah, you know, and meanwhile, like running moonshine and doing all kinds of, you know, jury tampering. I mean, it's just, and this 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, Duffy Stone. So what I was gonna say is he's kind of, Duffy Stone, if anything, is in this good old boys club. Like essentially what Emily's kind of hinting at here is that Duffy Stone and his office being involved, if anything, would have been trying to help Alex. And that's why they ended up recusing themselves and passing it over, because there was a conflict of interest. But initially they were there. But if anything, they would have been trying to help Alex 100% because they had done favors for him of all kinds of things in the past. And so anyway, yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Stand, authenticate it, and then
For
come back down.
his friend
and ask himself
whose
questions.
family had been murdered.
No, sir, he does not.
This isn't going to cut the way you think it's going to
Move
cut.
on to something a little more productive.
Yeah, exactly.
This
You went to a briefing that morning, you said, when you got.
this shows why
Yes, sir, I
Duffy
did.
Stone's office was
Who was the briefing by?
yeeted.
There were probably 30, 40 plus investigators, officers, but multiple, essentially SLED, Colleton County
That's
Sheriff's Office,
interesting.
a few Walterboro Police Department, I believe, and a few from my office.
I guess when I think of a briefing, I think of someone standing in front of the room and saying, here's what we got. Was there one person speaking?
There were multiple people speaking, but that was the whole idea, was to get a better grasp as to what had occurred the night before.
But I guess.
They didn't have a
so
briefing. They had a
who spoke?
WTF.
Multiple agents, multiple responding officers from the sheriff's office. I don't recall exactly who spoke.
How long did the briefing take?
Approximately
Oh, yes.
45 minutes, if
This
I
is
had to
the
guess.
Cal- That's the cavalry
You have no
looking to
specific
solve
memory of
this
any
murder.
specific person saying any specific thing.
There were multiple people speaking, going over the,
So the answer is no.
I do not recall exact people's names and exactly what they said. No, sir.
Do you recall any one person that spoke?
I know Captain Ryan Neal spoke,
Okay.
Special Agent David Owen spoke. I believe Captain Jason Chapman with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office spoke. There was a multitude of people talking about different things that they had seen the night before or the morning of it.
Had they indicated to you, any one of those people, that they had a suspect, that they were focused on any particular person?
No, sir.
Did they have an explanation for anything? I mean, at that point, was there some theory about
No
what happened?
suspect.
At that point in time, we were trying to identify all the physical pieces of evidence as well as obtain and preserve all digital pieces of evidence to make sure we had a strong enough case moving
Were
forward.
you aware that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department had issued a statement to the public saying, there's nothing to be afraid of? People, this is not something that you should use
I mean,
as a
it's not
threat.
physical. Basically, Dick's whole
No.
thing, and he was kind of missing the mark with this because I don't know what he was like in his opening statements, and also here again, he's trying to hint at the fact that, or he's trying to suggest that they were targeting him from the get-go. They never did a full investigation because they thought it was him right away, and he was the only suspect, right? That's his whole thing he's going with. But the evidence shows that, if anything, it was the opposite. He was being treated like the opposite. I mean, if anything, you could say that it wasn't, maybe things were not investigated as thoroughly because they assumed it wasn't him, because they would never have thought it was him. And some of the people, maybe even if they did think it was him, they would have covered it up, right? In other words, it's this, he was being given every type of favor, every type of privilege. So what's really funny is in this questioning, Poot's trying to be like, yeah, you were targeting him. And it's like everything that this guy is saying, the evidence, Dylan Hightower here, it's like, yeah, actually, it's the complete opposite. So it's just, I don't know why he's trying to spend so much time trying to make this argument, but it is really funny here in a second when they start talking about the cell phone and throwing the cell phone out the window.
Sir, I'm not aware of that media release.
You did not hear anything.
Nobody's aware of that media release.
Let me
It
ask you
happened,
this.
but nobody's aware of
If you
it.
had an active shooter at large, would police take any proactive steps? Would they put up roadblocks, or would they put out a statement? Look, we've got two people brutally murdered, and we don't know who did it, so keep your doors locked. Be careful about if you see somebody.
They
in
might
the
have thought
woods
the family
or
was being
walking along
targeted.
the road. I mean, you see these unfortunately much too often these days. But did you?
Your Honor, object. Mr. Harpilli seems to be testifying. Did we get into a question?
Excuse
the
me,
question is, did y'all
counsel.
do it?
That's
Did
a
you see any-
speaking
not
objection.
you. Did you see any evidence?
So maybe
of
just
that,
object with the legal
or hear
grounds.
any evidence of that morning?
But yes, Dick testifies a lot.
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Not that I recall means.
Yes.
I don't
Avid reader.
remember. I wasn't
That's the
focused
proper
on
objection.
what was on the media.
Okay.
at that time.
But did you see any roadblocks?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody searching fields or the woods around the place?
There were multiple tasks that were provided to each investigator during the briefing, and multiple people went out and did their own thing of whatever they were tasked with.
Do you remember what those tasks were?
Following up with potential witnesses.
Right, but I'm talking about, did you see anybody going through the woods armed looking for a person or persons?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, you didn't see any roadblocks, you didn't see any active search for a suspect in the sense of somebody was armed, well, they knew at that point they were spent shotgun shells and spent blackout casings, right? You've heard that?
Yes, sir.
So somebody, either two people or one person with two guns, was at large at that point as far as y'all were concerned.
Yes, sir. I mean, ideally.
Okay.
He means 2 children, right? We'll get to that later, much later on in the trial. Yeah, two 5-year-olds or whatever it is.
Did any of those agents indicate during your briefing that they felt that there was somebody at large that posed a danger to the community?
Objection,
Did you hear any of that?
hearsay.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know how that has
So,
any effect on him.
When you got there the next morning, there were no bodies, there was no physical evidence there. It was after all that had been removed.
All the bodies have been removed. All of the trash from the crime scene agents were stacked up. You could see some blood stains in the ground, and as well as some body matter over towards the dog kennels.
And I'm not going to belabor this and put these pictures up.
Really?
You had a drone up, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ever go up to the residence?
I did not go all the way to the residence. No, sir.
Okay, and I don't see any pictures taken from the kennels that you took or under your direction up towards the residence. Are there any?
From the kennels looking back towards the residence?
I mean, but looking from the murder scene back up towards the residence.
Yes, sir, I did take those photographs.
That was during the day, not the night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so you don't know what somebody from the house could see at night looking down towards the kennels?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was clear that.
Well, Dick, you testified in your opening. You've been up there and you could see it.
Have an unobstructed
So-
view of where the bodies were
He's
found
testifying
in front of
again.
the kennels. You're not testifying to that, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. So, let's talk a little bit about
Soliloquy. That's not what you're saying, right?
the phone.
Oh,
I had the exhibit number of the phone down. You don't know what else about
such an interesting style, isn't it?
What? Oh, up there, okay. In that box?
I mean, he wanders less, which is helpful. I appreciate that he wanders
Look for
less,
that. If you continue to look for that, I appreciate it.
because the wandering is a whole situation.
You indicated the distance from the shoulder to the road, shoulder of the road to the phone was about 15 to 20 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you took a number, did you take those pictures? of
Why
the
didn't
phone?
you
Yes, sir,
measure
I
it?
Was there any other person there taking pictures other than you?
I was the only one with a camera, so I took the photographs.
Okay. And I think we see, and I think he pointed it out a little while ago, there's pieces of straw and other things around it, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would agree with me, if someone had carefully walked over and placed this phone, there wouldn't be anything above it, because everything that straw would be under it, correct?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And in addition to that, did anybody forensically check the area around it to see if there were footprints?
No, sir. I mean, it was heavily treed, heavily wooded, a lot of leaves there. You could not see any foot impressions around that phone.
Okay. A lot of leaves.
So they didn't
And
see
so,
any.
Is this sitting, I mean, when it's sitting there with the straw over it, is it sitting flat on the ground? Is it tilted? Is it, what do you remember?
Does it look like it did in the
There was a
pictures?
slight tilt, probably centimeters, nothing major, nothing out of the ordinary around the phone, no holes, no pushed up leaves or anything like that.
Nobody tried to bury
So
it.
you couldn't, I mean,
A wild hog didn't run off with it. Technically with one, but whatever. I still don't know that the phone he has in his hand is actually Maggie's phone.
He's grabbing
I'm
the
not
random
quite
phone.
sure if he
It
grabbed
doesn't
the
even
other one,
matter.
because this witness is saying that's not the right case. And I would think if that's going to become an issue, he would have pointed it out. I think he grabbed the wrong phone in evidence. Then he's like, iPhone, my phone. I'm going to try to answer some questions while Dick is trying to find his
okay,
point.
so, again, that's another picture taken by you.
Mama Bear,
The same phone,
maybe
same
it's just
location, correct?
they don't think of doing
Yes,
it because
sir,
they
it
never
is.
do it.
Heavily wooded in that area, correct?
Right on the edge, yes, sir.
And it's almost a thicket where you found this, right? There are bushes around
Define
it?
a thicket.
No bushes. There were a lot of trees
A lot of trees and underbrush.
and underbrush, yes, sir.
Okay. So
Are we going to argue
nobody
about
actually
whether
took
it was a thicket or
measurements of
not?
where this was found. No one actually measured from the road,
They sure
nor
didn't.
did they measure. I mean, there's no way to figure out exactly, if you had to go back today and find the spot, could you find it? The exact spot?
Within a couple of feet, yes, sir, I probably could, based off the angles of photographs that were originally taken.
Okay. But you couldn't give us the exact spot.
I
right?
couldn't give you an exact step for step from the actual device to where Moselle Road was.
Okay, this is exhibit number
Yes, it is a shrubbery.
232.
They needed all the shrubberies.
Yes.
And that's a vehicle
We're
on
in
the
the-
same side of the road
Here we go. This is the funny,
as where
really
the
funny
phone
part
was
here.
found. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Throwing
that
the
is correct.
phone.
And so that car window that we see in this photo, the driver's side,
I forgot about
Did the
that.
photographer just drop his camera? What the fuck just happened?
Oh, God.
Dick's laughing about something.
Trial.
I wonder if the photographer knocked something over
the
because that's where the
driver's side
photographer
window
is sitting.
would be 15 to 20 feet from where that phone was.
What just
Correct.
happened?
I would add a few more feet just because of the roadway. Yes, sir.
Okay, you add, so 28 to 30, 25 to 30 feet? Fair?
That would be fair, yes, sir.
Yes,
But nobody measured it.
I don't know if they-
No one measured it, no, sir.
Okay.
they should
And
have the
so
GPS
if
coordinates from Maggie, but some of them got
Car was
overwritten.
Going towards Almeda, you know where I'm talking about?
Okay.
Yes, sir, I do.
It would be on the other side of the road, right?
On the right lane of the road, yes.
I mean, it'd be on the right, but here it's improperly parked, correct?
Sure.
I mean, the driver's
What?
window is,
So this is actually really, really important, but it's also funny here in a second when he tries to talk about how far he can throw the phone. But this is actually really important because it's really still unknown as to what the deal was with Maggie's phone, as to why the hell it was over there. I mean, we can kind of speculate, but it's not like there's a really good reason for it that I recall. Like, other than maybe he didn't realize he had it or something like that. But yeah, it's still kind of like, I don't know, maybe as we go back and watch this, we'll remember some things and we can put it 2 and 2 together and come up with another idea for the phone. But basically, it's on the side of the road, but the whole thing is like Almeda. For anyone that doesn't know, he was just referring to Almeda there. That's where Alex's parents live. And that was his whole alibi. He did go over there briefly. But the reason this whole thing matters with the phone is because, it's on Moselle Road, right? And so they're trying to figure out, like, where was this in relation to him driving to and from Almeda, and what side of the road would he been driving on and throwing it out the window and all that. So yeah.
I mean, if there's a car coming the other way, they'd head on, would they not?
That is, yes.
Okay, that's the
You
point.
would be
talking-
operating the vehicle on the right side of the road, or left in that image.
Okay,
Improper side of the
So
road.
if someone were driving towards Almeda on this road, and they wanted to get rid
That's
of
what they're
that
getting
phone,
to.
they would either have to throw it 40 feet out the driver's side window, or pull over as this car has and throw it out, correct?
It's a series of things that could have happened, the reasons why that phone got there, but it's possible.
Well, it's just assume with me
He's
for a
just
second that they want to get rid of
saying-
that phone by throwing it out the window.
He's saying the car towards Almeda is the wrong
could
way
either
to
throw
have the
it
phone on that side. You would have to like
From
hook it
their lane
over
of
the car.
traffic if they're going towards Almeda, or they can pull over like that and throw it out. It'd be easier, when I say easier, it'd be a much tougher toss that far in from if they never left their lane of traffic. correct?
Compound?
Guess it depends on who's throwing it.
Here we
A
go.
multitude of things.
Yeah.
It'd be me, and I don't throw very well.
Well, I do, so I could 100% make that throw.
You can throw it from, okay, so
I do.
change lanes, you just throw it out the window.
Yes, sir, 100%.
And you would
Okay.
throw it overhanded or underhanded?
I'd do it sideways, flip it.
Sideways, okay.
He's like, if I was going to huck a phone out a window, I would do it this way. Whoop. I believe what the witness has
So-
described as a yeet, a full
There's
yeet.
no way to tell, we don't know if somebody threw it out.
This might be our 15 minutes of fame
out
moment.
the Driver's side window.
Shout out to Morgan Tremaine.
It's a country road at night. Am I shocked that somebody's on the wrong side of the road? No. If somebody's driving the other side down the road, how many people are driving down this
I mean, you said
road?
you could toss it pretty far.
I would throw it with my left hand from the driver's side and could easily land it to where it actually was found and
Yeet.
located in the woods.
But you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed, yes, sir.
But you could still throw it with your left hand with that much power.
Yes, sir, 100%.
He's like, it's not that far, bro.
Okay, now,
It's not
let
going
me
the way
ask you
Dick
this. When you
expected.
found it, You wanted
That's
to put
funny.
or somebody with you wanted to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir. I wanted to be placed
Like,
in.
it's like the only way to really settle that matter is like, Alec, get up here, Alec. All right, how far can you throw the phone? You know, like that's really what they're getting at. It's just silly.
Airplane mode to preserve its contents.
Because in airplane mode, less chance of any data being overridden, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right,
Now,
y'all.
it doesn't
I'll be
prevent
right back.
all
Well,
data
Dick is
from being
dicking.
overridden, but most data, correct?
A lot, 99%, I would say, to prevent any issue with the phone.
Does it prevent GPS data from being overridden?
From another device,
No. I mean, just
internally, just
yes.
automatically deleting itself?
Yes.
I've never seen that happen.
You needed to put it in airplane mode to prevent anything from being overwritten, right?
Any outside tampering from another device that had access to its iCloud
You
information?
told the agents with you, I want to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And to do that, you have to be able to open it. You need the passcode.
No, sir, you do not.
Don't?
Not on an iPhone, no, sir.
You can put it on.
He's right about that.
Out,
Yes, sir.
opening it.
You
Well,
just-
but what did you need the passcode for? Because somebody called and got the passcode.
We did not get the passcode at that point in time. No one knew we had located the phone, so there's no reason to ask for a passcode if we didn't have it.
Let the court's indulgence for a moment.
Later on, we received the passcode, but not at that point.
Oh, beg the court's indulgence.
I was not present. I did not analyze the device, so
Was it at the scene or was it somewhere else?
I do not recall. I was not there.
So no one told you that Alex Murdaugh provided Maggie's.
No, sir, no one told me that.
Now, if someone had the passcode, they could go in that phone and eliminate, delete text messages, phone calls, just about any piece of data that's captured there, correct? Even apps, you can delete those, correct?
They could have, but once the full file system extraction was done by Lieutenant Murdaugh, we were,
You misunderstand my question, I'm sorry. If you had that phone, and obviously Maggie Murdaugh had been murdered, somebody threw it on the side of the road, and during that period of time after her murder, before it was thrown on the
Did
side
you
of
miss
the
me?
road, if you had the
If you did,
passcode,
subscribe,
right?
yes, sir.
Open it.
please.
Without the passcode, typically you can't open it, correct?
No, sir.
You agree with me?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay.
He doesn't want to agree with you,
So
Dick.
if you had that,
You can see it on his face. He's like,
you can open it, delete photos, delete phone messages, delete text, delete whatever you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
what did I miss?
And when you found that phone, it was locked.
Yes, sir,
What
it
did I
was.
miss?
And was there any evidence that you saw that anything
had
had
to
been
go to the
deleted
bathroom.
from that phone in any of your after your download extraction?
Again, I did not download or extract the contents of the device. The only thing that I saw was the home screen and
I'll
made
go back
sure
and
that
watch.
the airplane mode was applied at that point, and then it was placed into an evidence bag. We never got past that lock screen or home screen that allows us to turn on airplane
A
mode.
different evidence did.
Obviously, the device was on because we were able to locate it from my iPhone, and the battery level was significantly low.
Was significantly low.
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
It's interesting because what we've learned now that's interesting to me is that this phone is on the way to where Alex's mother is,
Further.
but it's on the wrong side of the road.
We talked about the call logs.
Are you going to ask about yeeting?
And
Right. Well, we
so
end up thinking that he throws
you
the phone
downloaded,
on the way home anyway, I
Alex's
think.
phone on June 10th, correct?
We're on redirect?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
3 days after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Not responsive to my cross-examination. I never mentioned Alex phone, not once.
That's fair. He didn't. Good objection, Dick.
I'll proceed, Your Honor.
Outside the scope is the proper objection, though, and I don't
Outside
think he
scope.
said outside the scope. But if he did,
At some point.
I stand corrected. That's a good
after you were
objection.
involved in some
Outside the scope across.
investigation, You're informed by Solicitor Stone, you were informed by Solicitor Stone to stop, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you recall approximately when Solicitor Stone,
Objection, Your Honor, again, not in response to a matter raised by
That's
me
outside the
on
scope.
call.
Yeah.
And it is a matter
Use your
raised by you.
objections.
Also, if you
Legal
wanted to ask
objections.
these things,
And
ask them in your
Ms.
direct.
Hartley asked about the crime scene and escaped when you got out there, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. Did you notice any vandalism?
No, sir, not at all.
Did you notice, were you informed or did you notice anything missing?
What was missing?
Maybe the witness knows. Overruled.
I knew Maggie's phone was missing, and that's it.
Okay. Did you notice any other?
Oh, the
vandalism or anything like that?
airplane
No,
mode
sir,
without a
not at all.
passcode. That's fair. Thanks, Lynn Hall.
All right. When it comes to Maggie's phone, at least her model, are you aware whether that can be placed in airplane mode without the unlock code being entered while the phone is locked?
You can place that phone in airplane mode while it's locked, yes.
Okay. So you don't need a code to just simply put it in airplane mode, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And did anybody manipulate any data on that phone in your presence?
No, sir, not at all.
No code airplane mode.
You may step down.
Rhyme.
Those were good objections by Dick. Technically, he could have just done the legal grounds.
think we're
Everybody's gotten
getting to
it.
Michael
Right,
Gunn now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
please do not discuss the case.
We're on a
Sure.
Yes, sir. The state calls Michael Gunn for the
Yes. Yay. Okay. All right. Real quick. Promise it's real quick.
Good thing.
Guys, all right. This is what I've been waiting for. Where he just called Michael Gunn. We're back to proffers. So here in a second, Michael Gunn's going to take the stand. So outside the presence of the jury, we're going to hear a proffer from Michael Gunn. And then following him will be Chris Wilson.
It's a small town. Everybody's there right quick. So we're back to the in-camera. Jury is out of the room. So we're back to the in-camera hearing, which is going to resume tomorrow morning.
Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before the district council with the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Speak
The
loud.
in-camera
Take
is
seat in the witness stand.
fascinating.
State your whole name. Spell your last name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Michael Gunn. Last name is Gunn.
Back to the beards.
All right, Mr. Gunn, this is obviously an in-camera hearing to determine the
Is
admissibility of
everybody
some of the testimony.
tall?
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right,
They're all
I'm
so
not going to
tall.
go into all the background and everything for purposes of this hearing, but just very quickly, where do you work?
I'm a principal at Ford's Consulting and also do some lobbying work for the South Carolina Association for Justice.
Okay, and just very quickly, tell us what Ford Consulting is and what services it provides.
Ford's Consulting, we are a general insurance agency, but also offer financial services such as structured settlements, regular annuities, deferral of attorney's
Sir.
fees, trust. We do lien resolution, back office trust account reconciliation, all sorts of things.
You may
for
run
plaintiffs primarily
marathons.
and,
This is not one of them. Just you can slow down. You don't have to sprint.
Very quickly, just for the record, explain what a structure is and how that
Creighton.
interfaces with plaintiffs' lawyers.
Slow
Sure.
down.
So a traditional structured settlement is between the parties, and that normally means between the plaintiff and the defendant or their insurer. And so usually it was set up in the 80s. It was designed to help plaintiffs protect their money and to keep their money. And it can be earned tax-free. Interest grows on that tax-free. And it's a very good tool, especially for minor children, for those who are incapacitated, disabled. Because of that growth, it can provide a steady stream of income, hopefully for the rest of their lives.
This is the real forged.
You're talking faster than I do, and that's.
She just told.
I've been accused of that before.
She just said, "Please slow down."
I know
Thank
I know just
you.
ran over here, so,
Thank
yeah,
you,
let's take it
ma'am.
down just
No worries,
a
no
notch.
worries.
All right, good deal. Okay, so pick it up from there. If you want.
So
Why don't we all
essentially,
slow down?
the structured settlement, though, would come primarily, usually, except in very small circumstances.
This is the real
would
forged.
come from the defendant and/or its insurer to
Not the
fund
forged
the client.
forge. This is what they do.
And generally, your services that you provide are consulting to sort of match up the client with an annuity company, and then that money is going to, in the settlement or the whatever it is, verdict is going to go from the defendant or the insurer that's paying whatever that is, that verdict or settlement, directly to that annuity company for the benefit of that client.
That is correct.
Can't go to the law firm.
The fire
General-
department must be
generally
next door.
All right. How long you been with?
Thank you for reminding me, Emily. Got to
It'll
update
be 18
sirens on my
years,
ticker.
this summer.
All right. And what's the actual full legal name of the entity that you are part of?
Ford Consulting LLC.
The real forge, not the fake forge.
Over the course of your involvement with this business, have you gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
All right, and just very quickly, tell me the capacity in which you got to know him.
Forge is gonna
More
pull
of a
into the lead on this, I
professional
think.
relationship, Doing work with trial lawyers, conventions, CLEs, things of that nature. A business relationship type of friendship, but one that, you would text with and call on occasion and things.
Did you ever do any structures for any clients that were represented by Alex Murdaugh as a plaintiff's lawyer?
Yes, we did.
All right, and just roughly, you remember how many?
Oh my God, more sirens.
I would probably say around 5.
It wasn't a search. It was more like a
Are you aware
sip and
generally of
see.
what people call the boat ride case or the boat case as it relates to Alex Murdaugh?
Generally, yes.
All right, and
Yeah.
just without going to specific facts, generally, what was your understanding of that?
There was a terrible accident that happened somewhere down in the low country involving
Well,
Mr.
Blue Eyed
Murdoch's
Country
son
Girl, I'm
and
so glad we could
several
help.
others. And a young girl passed away.
Were you aware that his son had been charged in that particular case?
I was.
And were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in a civil matter relating to that?
I believe I was made aware through the news.
Foundation, he knew.
Did you ever have any conversation, well, let me ask you this first. Is it possible for lawyers to structure fees, not the client, but the lawyer, if they're going to get a big fee from a large recovery and they decide they want the protection of an annuity, can they do that?
Yes, they can.
All right, and
What else
how
can
does
you
that
do
work?
with an
Kind of the same
annuity?
thing?
It's the exact same manner as if the client were to do it. The check would have to come from the insurance carrier and or the defendant to fund the structured settlement annuity for the lawyer.
Does Forge work in all 50 states?
Did you ever have any discussion with
What's
Alex
your website?
Murdaugh, either
Teasing.
before or after the boat case, about structuring any fees that he had received in the case?
We had
Case.
general conversations about structuring fees, but it would be the same conversation I would have with any attorney, like how you would do it, how you would go about doing it, and how checks would need to be made payable, et cetera.
Did you ever have any specific discussion after the boat case about the boat case?
I will
and
get to
wanting
this
structure any
at the
Dear
break.
Mother of God.
MG Mustang, it's a great question.
I want to take you to September 2021.
Oh, no.
Did you,
Side of the road.
around that time, receive a call from Lee Cope?
I did.
All right, and what did Mr. Cope ask you?
He called and asked me if he could, in confidence, give me a list of cases and see if we had any files on them.
In
I told him that'd be
confidence.
fine. I was standing in my driveway. I wrote them down. Got back with him later that evening and let him know that we did
Were
not
you
have any
working
of
on your
those cases
vehicle?
open.
Okay. He gave you a list of
The chat
clients
would
and
like to
asked
know
if
what you were
had
doing
any
in your
structures
driveway.
open for those, or potential structures.
He had asked me if we had any files at all. Generally, what we will do is if an attorney calls, we will open the case immediately just so we have a name associated with the attorney.
Okay. And so we
That's
gave
fair.
you a list of names. Did any of those names have any files?
No,
Did he ask you about any banking that Forge Consulting LLC did?
he did.
And what was his question to you?
He asked me if we banked with Bank of America.
And what was your response?
I told him that we had banked with Bank of America, but had not for the last 3 or 4 years.
So you did not have an active account with Bank of America?
We did not, no.
In September of 2021?
No, sir.
Alec looks a little stressed, I think.
Did you ask him at this point, or what was going on, or why these inquiries were being made?
I did not.
Did you ultimately find out what was going on and why these?
I like that he
inquiries were
didn't
being made?
ask. He's like, I
found
don't
out
need to
on
know.
Tuesday after Labor Day.
All right, and what did you find out?
I spoke with Lee Cope, and he told me that Alex had been using an account called Forge
Okay.
to process the checks.
Is that account that he had been using, is that a legitimate
Fake
consulting
Forge.
account?
Absolutely not.
Did any
It's
of
a
that
Forge
money that went
Forge.
into that account go to legitimate Forge?
No, sir.
Did Forge
Oh my God.
Consulting have anything to do with that particular account?
No, sir.
They call you
No,
next.
I'm gonna have to hire someone to help me keep up with this
Nice and
sticker.
concise. Thank
This
you,
is
gentlemen.
insane.
Creighton, who's the next
This
witness?
calls Chris Wilson.
I'm very interested to hear
Okay,
what Bestie
buckle
Chris
up.
Wilson has to say.
Buckle
This
up.
is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. So now, Alex's lawyers, who are friends with him, are in the position of having to cross-examine his best friend about whether
Y'all, we're about to get to the Chris Wilson proffer. Just making a note because this is a huge moment in this trial.
his best friend was up to shady shit. This has been a best friend for a long time, but this is a mess. And this has the potential to be very difficult for Alex lawyers to do because Jim is one of his friends. Jim was there in the early morning hours after this happened. You know, Jim has been a lifelong friend. So there is room for all of this to be messy.
My name is James Christopher Wilson, Wilson. I go by Chris.
Mr. Wilson, you understand
Yep.
that we're here for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of your testimony.
I do.
All right, and you're a lawyer, so you get that.
Yes, sir.
Origination means the other lawyer brought in the
March of
case.
2021, did you ultimately
So he gets
receive
the
the
higher
monies
fee.
and prepared for disbursement?
Yes, sir. I believe they came in late February because we dispersed in March. And I had to wait at least 10 days. Part of the money came by wire, which would have been kind of immediately available and accessible, but it was a smaller portion of the money. The larger portion came in a check. And because it was such a sizable amount, I waited maybe 12 or 15 days or so. I didn't disperse on the 10th day.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about dispersing those fees?
I had a conversation with Alec and with the other attorney I worked on the case with when the fees and were ready to be dispersed.
Yeah, I want to know where the money went.
Specific conversation with Alec, did he make any requests of you or have any discussion
Where
with you
did
about
the money
how to
go?
handle his $792,000 share of the fees?
He did.
Can you tell me about that conversation, please?
When I contacted him and told him we were getting ready to disperse and we would have checks ready, he indicated to me that he was looking to place his fees in an annuity. He called it like a structure. I've never done one of those before, so I didn't really know how it worked. I've never done structure for my fees myself. I've structured client money, but not my fees. He indicated he was looking to do a structure by putting the monies into annuities and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him, that he had already cleared it with his firm, that the monies were going to be put on the books.
Math's not
and accounted
mathin'.
for, and he would be credited as having received those monies.
Based on his representations to you that he had cleared it with his firm, did you agree to do something different and make the checks directly out to him?
I did.
Purposes of this in-camera hearing.
Well, this is awkward as hell.
I do.
Oh, there's
What is that?
So this is
He
the
trusted his
initial
friend.
check that was written per Alex instructions directly to him on the gentleman's case for fees made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $600,000. It's voided.
And why was it voided?
Because he instructed me afterwards, and I don't remember if it was in the same conversation or shortly thereafter, it must have been shortly thereafter, that the checks on that case needed to be made in two separate check payments. He was doing two separate annuities.
And I don't know if they knew that he took that out of client funds, but he took that as fees out of client funds and those got reimbursed to the client. Well, now we get a whole wandering courtroom view. It's fantastic. It did get mentioned earlier. So that there's a lot of havoc that's been caused. It's interesting looking at these two looking at each other in court. And Alec knows, like, his friend can't get up on the stand and lie. And this is the beginning of it. Chris Wilson is going to be involved in a lot of these prosecutions going forward. I can't imagine what it would be like to sit and testify against one of your best friends from childhood who you roommated with in college, went to law school together, built lives together alongside each other, and thought that you were working together hand in hand, and then.
And again, I'm just asking you to, Jennifer, see if you recognize those checks.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I recognize
All right,
them.
tell me the second check, just the amount and what that's for.
The second check is for $225,000 payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire. It indicates on the bottom that it's for fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check that had been voided.
All right.
And then the third check is $375,000 check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire. And it indicates fees, and that would be the remainder of the rewrite of that $600,000 check initially written that was voided.
And those second two were rewritten, why?
At Alex's request, he had indicated that he was putting the money into two different vehicles or annuities and needed the checks written that way.
The jury is out because we're still in a hearing about whether this comes in or doesn't come in. It has not been determined and it won't be determined. So this is part of the evidentiary hearing that was started this morning. So we've definitely seen a change in demeanor with these witnesses testifying, which if they
What
testify
did
in
you
front of the
do with
jury,
those checks after
his
you,
demeanor might be
the three
different
checks
again.
after you had finally cut them?
Obviously, I signed them, and at some point in time, I think Alex sent somebody up to my office to pick them up. I don't think I delivered them. Oftentimes I put checks in the mail. Sometimes when they're larger, I either offer to have them picked up or delivered, and I think he had somebody come pick those up from my office.
Like a law firm runner or somebody like that?
Something like that, yes, sir. I don't even think I was in the office when they picked it up.
Sending hundreds of thousands of dollars through the mail seems
You've known Alec for a long time, right?
uncomfortable.
Since the since the mid-'80s, mid-'80s, yes, sir.
Worked with him for a long time?
Many times.
Did his explanation to you about what he was going to do, did that raise any suspicions with you, to your friend that you've known for such a long time?
No, sir. It was different, but it didn't raise any red flags or suspicions to me that anything wrong was going on.
Why?
You trusted your friend, right?
Very much.
You're leading as hell, Creighton. This is the perfect time to not lead and ask this guy everything you
What was your
can.
perception of Alec's general wealth and success?
Thought he made a lot more money than I did. Always seemed to do well in his practice. All I ever heard is
Seemed to
that
be
he was
generous.
one of the biggest producers in the firm. It's his family's name on the firm, but they acted like it was his name on the firm too. He and I handled big cases together. When I talked to the partners and other members of that firm, they were talking about big cases that they were handling with him. Felt like he did really well. And we never got into direct discussions about the amount of money he made or the amount of money I made. We talked about, sometimes business and sometimes money and sometimes things, but I always thought he made a lot of money.
Is that part of the reason why
Creighton, that's
your
leading.
suspicions didn't arise when you were asked to do this request by Alec?
I guess so. Not so much as just I'd never had any dealings with him that I had any reason to distrust what he was telling me. He was a partner in that firm.
Just let
He
him
had
keep
the
talking,
authority as
Creighton.
far as I knew to make decisions.
Let him talk, let him talk.
If he'd have wanted to reduce the fee and take less, and it was payable to the firm, I wouldn't have questioned that. I didn't feel like he had to have his authority, his partner's approvals to make those type decisions.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm going to
just
show you
let
what's
him
in Marcus
talk.
347 and see if you recognize that document.
I would just keep letting him talk.
Yes, sir. The first check is a check that was made in May of 2021, May 13th, to Peters, Parker, Murdaugh, Ellsworth, and Dietrich for $14,619.13.
After that, did you reach out to the defendant?
I did.
And what was your conversation with him?
I reached out to Alec and I said, Alec, hey, I don't know what all we talked about in that call, but at some point in time we talked about, I said, hey, I've got this email that's been forwarded to me by Vicky, where your firm is saying that you believe you're owed more cost. I put the cost down on the disbursement sheet that you had given me. But if you've got more cost, just figure out what it is and get it to me. We're holding some money to deal with some medical bills and liens. And with the client's consent, we were holding some money in case additional costs come in. Sometimes costs are slow coming in, and that's normal. And if there's an issue, just let me know. He said, I'll check on it, or there's not an issue, or I'll check on it. And I said, hey, this is the case that I disperse the fees to you, per your request. Is everything all right? And he said, yeah, I just got to make sure they know it's on the books the right way, and that this is the case that we've already worked out, put it on the books.
Did he tell you he had structured those fees and annuities as he had told you before?
Yeah, that he had put them in the annuities.
Put them in the annuities. Firm's going to make sure they're on the books.
As far as I knew, the firm was aware that the monies had been paid to him, that he was putting them into annuities, that they would credit him as already having been paid, and they would account for that whenever or however they split up money.
Just to be clear, those funds were not in your trust account. They were gone at that point.
Yes, sir. They've been gone since March, and whenever those checks were cashed,
Gone
after I
since
wrote them in
March.
March.
$792,000.
Yes, sir.
Dispersed
For purposes of
in
this hearing, I'm
March.
not going to go into the night when Maggie and Paul were killed, but just very quickly, you did have some texts and calls with Alec that night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were at the residence and responding as friends and family did in the aftermath of that event. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm just pausing this to say that coming up, look at the look on Chris Wilson's face. This coming up here, this testimony from him, I remember, like, this is a moment where I remember where I was, what I was wearing, what I was doing. Exactly the first time I heard this testimony. That's like what this was like, at least for me, as like it stopped me in my tracks. And it's like, I'll never forget that moment. That it was like, like when there's some crazy news or some big moment, something happens, like, and you remember like exactly everything about that situation, and as if you were just there. Like, that's what I am thinking about right now. Like, I remember it like it was yesterday. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out there.
A lot happening in this courtroom right
A
now.
few weeks after the murders, did you,
I think Creighton's being delicate on purpose, and I think that's appropriate.
I mean,
good?
this was and again, like I was actually listening to it. I had it on the TV, but I wasn't looking up at it. I think I was like mopping the floor, like Swiffering the floor or whatever in my living room, because I have like cardboard floors, and I was listening to it, and I could tell from just hearing it. I was like, oh my God, what? And I like stopped what I was doing. I looked up, and it's like, holy shit, dude. And you can tell he's barely holding it together. This is it's so emotionally charged, and it's so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking. Like, this is really hard to listen to. But also the information that he gives is shocking as well. So
Next second.
Because no matter how much Chris Wilson was involved, and I'm still not sure, he still lost people who were part of his family as well.
Yes, sir.
A few weeks after the murders, did you have another conversation with Alec, asking him if everything had been handled with the firm and those fees?
Yes, sir. I don't remember if it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks or what it was. I mean, everybody was destroyed. I don't think anybody was focusing on that. I know I wasn't, but at some point in time after that, I just said, hey, is everything all right with the, contact? And I got him with those fees, and he said it was.
The amount of lives ruined in this is
At some point in mid-July 2021,
substantial.
over a month after the murders, did Alec call you up and ask you anything about these fees?
He did.
Tell me what your conversation with Alec was about these fees.
He contacted me and said that he was not able to structure the fees the way that he thought he was going to be able to do, that he had messed that up, and that the fees needed to be paid to the firm, and they needed to go back through my trust account.
Okay. And what did you say at that point?
The fees had already been withdrawn.
I didn't see anything that caused me any red flags or anything, and felt like if that's what had to be done, that the fees had to be paid to his firm and needed to go back through my trust account. He could send me the money, and I could run it back through my trust account and then pay it to his firm.
Did he ever send you the money?
So he's promising, he's saying, I will send you the money back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Huh.
Did you ultimately receive any funds?
600,000 of the 792.
You only received 600,000?
Yes, sir.
And how did you receive that? Do you recall?
I think it came in two different wires, that either came on the same day or on back-to-back days.
Did one of those wires come from Palmetto State Bank for $350,000?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And that was on or about July 15th?
That sounds right, yes, sir.
And the other was about $250,000 on July 16th, 2021?
I believe from Bank of America, yes, sir.
That was only $600,000?
Yes, sir.
So you're short from what you'd already given to Alec, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much are you short?
$192,000.
$192,000.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alec about being short?
I did.
And what was your conversation with Alec?
He told me that he wasn't able to access the $192,000 immediately, that he had already put it into the annuity, but he couldn't do it the way he wanted to, but he couldn't access it because it would be penalized if it was withdrawn, and that he would get me the money.
So what did you do in
He
response
believed
to
him.
what your friend told you to do, or told you?
The way he
about
said
the
friend
reason why
had
he was short
quotations
$192,000?
around it. I didn't know you could talk
And
with
at that
quotations.
point, I had an indication that I was supposed to have $792,000 in my trust account that was supposed to have been paid to his firm. I'm responsible for that trust account. I put $192,000 of my own money in that trust account to cover the shortfall.
based on his representation that he'd get you back.
Yes, sir.
And it sounds like Alec is just trying to scramble as fast as he can to stop the thread from unraveling more. Interesting. I didn't know any of that. I didn't know any of that at all. Because they were just trying to cover these funds.
This is an email that I sent to Alec at his request. He said he needed to be able to provide it to his firm so they'd know the money was being held. And it was dated July 19th of 2021. It says, Alec, as discussed, I'm confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the gentleman's case and $192,000 in the
Yes,
lady's
Jules.
case, which represent attorney's fees. I'll continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
He wanted to take out a mortgage on one of Maggie's properties. He is continuing to try to cover money. Alec is continuing to try to cover money. $350 was a loan from Palmetto State Bank that Alec Murdaugh needed Maggie Murdaugh's signature for. And then after Maggie passed, they still funded it without her signature. We haven't gotten to any of that
All right, go
yet.
ahead and send us to 792.
Class is reading ahead. The class is reading ahead.
I didn't hear anything else from the law firm at all until September the 3rd, 2021,
When-
about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Mr. Lee Coke called me.
Everything unwound.
The first question he asked me was I still holding $792,000 in my firm? That seemed to be his first concern, and I said, yes, I am.
Just like a
And he
Ponzi
said,
scheme.
well, we need to get that money paid to us. And then he told me that they had discovered a check that I think I remember him telling me that was from me to Alec in the firm, and that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money from the firm and from clients, and that he could not talk very long, and asked me not to say anything to anybody until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
Let me slow you down just real quick before we get there.
No, ask him more about that. I want to know.
At some point in time in
Creighton,
August, did you
What happened?
attend any event or any conference where you saw Alec?
I did.
And what was that?
It's called South Carolina Association of Justice now. I still call it the Trial Lawyers Association. We have an annual convention in Hilton Head every August, the first weekend, and I usually attend and was there. And Alec was
See
there.
Alec there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with him at that conference about the $192,000 that you covered for him when he was going to pay that back?
I believe I asked him about it, and he indicated he was working on it. Some discussion about his father's estate. His father had just passed, and there would be money coming from the estate, and then with
But-
Maggie's estate being tied up.
he told you he had it.
Also,
Did he say he might sell some property or something like
I think
that?
he did mention that he was working towards selling some property.
This is how they're going to tie it to Maggie's
At
property.
this point in time, still within a couple of months after the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul, were you still very sensitive to your friend's emotional health and well-being?
Sure.
This ties it to Maggie's estate.
I didn't push him.
Didn't push it.
No, sir.
This ties it to Maggie's estate. They didn't even get into Palmetto State Bank yet, and the fact that he needed Maggie's signature, and by reports she didn't want to sign for the $350,000 mortgage, or second mortgage or whatever, or loan
And after
against the
that
house.
conference where you asked him about it, didn't want to push him, did you have?
I just wanted to add to, like, I've been, as I go through these videos, as I'm making them and I'm hearing all these proffers, I'm thinking to myself that I know that, it seemed at certain times during the trial, or maybe not, maybe after the trial in hindsight, a lot of people were saying that, it was so frivolous, the financial crimes, was too much in the financial crimes, and, blah, blah. But I'll tell you what, like, going back and hearing it happen in real time as they're connecting the dots, and it's like one thing leads to another, right? It's not like it's all just like all of a sudden let in, right? It's like one thing leads to another. It doesn't seem frivolous at all because, and Emily's giving good context here too with what she's saying about how this all matters because of, moving the money around and Maggie's estate and, not being able to have her sign for this and that and needing the money. And I mean, there's so many elements to this case that things get lost. And I feel like the whole idea that maybe perhaps there, of course, there are plenty of reasons that, he could have done any of number of things. But one thing that we forget about is the whole thing with Maggie's estate and the property being in her name. Like that gets, I think, forgotten about with all the other details. But it's a really important thing to keep in mind. That she wouldn't sign for turning the property over, and all that, and so I guess as I'm listening to it now, I'm like, this doesn't seem frivolous at all. This like makes a lot of sense because things are adding up, right? So anyway.
Another conversation with him about when that money might be paid.
I believe I did, yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states 350 for this hearing.
I
See if
know
you
a number
recognize
of
that.
my friends watch the stream. I love
Tell me what
you.
that is.
I am
It
never
is a
loaning any of you
very rudimentary handwritten,
$192,000.
scratched out promissory note that I asked Alex to sign for me, which he did August 17th of 2021, acknowledging that I had loaned him $192,000 that he would repay within 60 days, I think is what it says.
His financial
Tell me
state
how
was
the
not great.
circumstances of how you came to get this essentially on a folded
friends,
piece of
I
paper
love
with a
you.
copy of it, right?
It is,
I'll pay
yes,
for
sir.
dinner
All right, tell me
and a
about it,
drink.
please.
That's
That
all I
was
got.
more about, I wanted to get repaid my money as quickly as possible, but that was more about, I was
Well,
concerned.
the wheels had come off by then.
Just like everybody else, everybody in his firm and everybody in his family, that he was going to do something to himself. That he was going to kill himself. And I knew enough to know that that I couldn't make a claim against his estate if there wasn't something in writing. And so
Oh,
that was
shit.
more. I went to him and said, Alec, look, I hate to even ask this, but I need to ask you to do this in case something happens to you. And I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something, but it was more worried about what he might do. And I need to ask you to do this so that if there's a problem, I can deal with it.
Oh, shit.
And he did. He didn't have a problem with it.
I feel like that's a very honest I feel like that's a very honest
You already
answer.
said this part, but at some point, a few weeks later, you get a call from Lee Cope asking about those fees and saying that Alec had been stealing money, right?
Yes, sir.
That hit you like a thunderbolt?
It knocked me down. I was with a group of guys. I could not talk. Lee told me he could not talk very long. I didn't know how to react.
Did you try to get in touch with Alec?
I did.
He asked you not to
I
say
couldn't
anything.
do it immediately. I think I spoke to Lee for just a minute. He told me I needed to call him right back. I called him back. We talked for just a minute. He couldn't talk long. He said he had other things to take care of to deal with all of what was going on.
You remember what day this is?
September 3rd, Friday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
2021?
2021. Yes, sir.
You remember it like it was yesterday?
You can
Tell you
see on
exactly
his,
where I was and who I was with.
you can see on his face that he does.
Finished up what I was doing with that group. I think I tried to call Alec, or I know I texted him. And I believe I tried to call also, and I couldn't get him.
Okay. Did you continue to try to contact him?
I did. I think he did respond maybe that afternoon later and said, I forget what it was. It was in a meeting or something. I'll call you back as soon as I can. But at some point in time, I kept trying to get him, and we did talk later.
What did you talk about? What day was that when you finally were able to talk to him?
I think I did speak to him that evening, this Friday, September the 3rd, by phone. I don't remember the exact of the conversation, but I said, look, Lee's called me and told me what's going on. What is going on? He said, I really
Lee,
can't
don't
talk
say
about it
anything.
much
Kim,
right now.
let me call my bestie.
I said, I need to talk to you, and I want it to be in person. I need to know what's going on. He said he would try to meet with me the next morning, and that he was sorry. And I don't remember all the gist of that conversation, but the next morning I tried to call him. I woke up, and I started driving towards Beaufort because I thought he was staying at John Marvin's house down that way, and I started calling him and driving his direction.
He's like, I'm
And
coming to talk to
eventually,
you.
He called me back and said he would meet me in Alameda at his mom and daddy's house.
Did you meet him there?
I did.
Was that in the morning of September 4th?
Probably a little bit before lunchtime, kind of late morning, yes, sir.
Y'all have a conversation?
We did.
Where was the conversation?
I got there before he did.
Thank you for not leading, Creighton. Just let
I
the
don't
man
think I pulled in
talk.
the driveway. I
Look
kind
how
of
much
waited
we
out on the
learned.
road. Pulled in the driveway. We went in the side door. The caregiver was there. We went out onto the front porch, and we talked on the front porch.
And what did he say to you?
I
The first thing
fucked
I
up.
asked him is, Alec, what the F or what the H is going on here?
Just
What is
curse.
going on?
Chris, just-
And
yes,
have
you
you
did
done
ask him what
something
the
else
fuck.
to me or that involves me that I don't know about? Because I know about this and I've got to deal with this, but is there something else you've done that I don't know about that I need to be concerned with?
This is the guy from the birthday video.
He broke down crying. Said I can't right this second. He went inside, came back out with some paper towels and told me that he had a drug problem, that he was addicted to opioids, and that he had been addicted for, I don't remember if he said 20 or 20 plus years, but for 20 years or so.
Did he say anything about the money?
Did you believe him?
He told me that he had been stealing money.
Did he have a particular phrase about what he had done to you?
Shit me up,
He said he shit you up?
shit me up, or shit me up, or shit me off, or something like that, but I think it was
What?
he shit me up.
And he said that he admitted to you he had been stealing client money?
I've heard a lot
Yes,
of
sir.
phrases. I've never heard that.
So he confessed that to you, is that
He
correct?
said he had shit a lot of people up.
I think
I
this
don't remember
man,
exactly how it ended, Mr. Waters. I was so mad.
is mad,
I had loved the
betrayed,
guy for so long,
scared.
and I probably still loved him a little bit, but I was so mad.
Let him talk, Creighton.
And
Let him talk.
I don't remember how it ended. I left. I mean, I asked him, how did I not know these things or see these things, and we talked. He was concerned about me getting my $192,000 back. Seemed concerned. Told him I wasn't worried about that at that point. I wanted to make sure there wasn't something else.
Yeah, shit got worse. Shit got
This was a little bit before lunch on September 4th.
real
Yes, sir.
worse.
You
I mean,
eventually,
we didn't leave. We didn't.
Y'all.
I'm sure I yelled at the beginning, or at least raised my voice, but I didn't leave yelling and screaming and hollering. We didn't fight. But I left, and I wasn't happy.
where'd you go after you left? You remember?
I rode through Hampton. Actually, through Hardee's and grabbed something for a bite of lunch on the road and headed back to Columbia where I live.
That day, did you hear anything else about Alec?
I did.
About how long after you left Alec did you hear something?
I had stopped in my office in Bamberg or at the post office to pick something up. And I was somewhere between Bamberg and Columbia when I got a call. It was either from Randy or Lee Cope, but I believe it was Lee Cope.
And what were you informed?
That Alec had been shot in the head and that he was on.
I'm just going to rewind it a smidge because for whatever reason it's struggling. Hold on.
Is so close.
What'd you do in response to that information?
What the
Lunch on September 4th?
Real
Yes, sir.
worse.
You
I mean,
eventually,
we didn't leave. We didn't. I'm sure I yelled at the beginning or at least raised my voice, but I didn't leave yelling and screaming and hollering. We didn't fight. But I left, and I wasn't happy.
where'd you go after you left? You remember?
I rode through Hampton. Actually, through Hardee's and grabbed something for a bite of lunch on the road and headed back to Columbia where I live.
That day, did you hear anything else about Alec?
I did.
About how long after you left Alec did you hear something?
I had stopped in my office in Bamberg or at the post office to pick something up. And I was somewhere between Bamberg and Columbia when I got a call. It was either from Randy or Lee Cope, but I believe it was Lee Cope.
And what were you informed?
That Alec had been shot in the head and that he was on a helicopter going to the hospital in Savannah. And I think it was Savannah Hospital, but they said the hospital, but I believe it said
Oh
Savannah
shit,
Hospital.
that timing is so close.
What did you do in response to that information?
What the devil's going on? I thought he tried to kill himself. I didn't think he was suicidal when I left, but when I heard that, I thought he tried to kill himself.
Did you go to the scene or did you return back home?
I went back home.
Did you try to reach out to Alec after that?
I did not. I talked to his brother Randy, I think some that same day and some on the next day. But
This is why I wanted to hear what Chris Wilson had to say yesterday.
Blown up to where I didn't think I'd be able to talk to Alec, and I don't know that I wanted to.
This is why yesterday when the video played and we started getting Chris Wilson into this.
Him since that morning in Alameda.
Have you had any other communication with him?
Oh shit.
He's texted me once or twice, to which I responded something very generic, like "I'm thinking about your family," and I think he may have written a letter,
From jail.
short letter that frankly I've turned over to my lawyers.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 351.
Oh
Did you recognize
shit.
that?
So they had that
This is
conversation where
one of
he
the texts that I
confessed
received from Alec and my response.
right before the
Is that a
roadside
number you
shooting.
previously had recognized being Alex?
I don't know if I'd ever seen that number before, but it's not the normal cell phone number that I would have used to contact him or he to contact me. I mean, sometimes he'd tell me he was calling me from the phone in his car. Sometimes it would be a number I didn't recognize.
A number you didn't recognize? Like a burner phone? Like a burner phone, Chris Wilson? He was calling you from a phone he didn't recognize?
Screen there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, shit.
Say, so sorry for all the havoc.
There's the
I created
burner.
For you. I'd do anything to make it right.
Yes, sir.
Damn. I did not expect all
Thank
of
you,
this.
Mr. Wilson. That's all the questions for this encounter.
Great. Damn.
We have no questions, John.
All
Smart.
right, Mr. Wilson.
Smart.
Okay.
Yo. I am shook. I am absolutely shook.
Witnesses, do you anticipate
I'm surprised the reporters didn't all get up and go follow
on
Chris
this,
Wilson. Scheduling. Let's
on
do
this
some-
matter?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There's a lot of moving parts, Your Honor. I do have a law firm witness that I would like to call on this particular matter, one of the partners. We have the Satterfield matter. There is a confession of judgment, but we can present testimony on that as well.
You don't need to.
And we have a bank witness to establish.
Alec looks dumbstruck.
The financial condition of Alec at the time these murders happened,
From Palmetto State Bank.
which was, he was burning through cash like crazy. He was out of options. The $792,000 was gone in no time at all. And I think the evidence is very compelling that for an extended period of time, he had been living in a velocity of money that is really quite stunning. And he constantly had to achieve more money to avoid the reckoning that was happening.
Is it going to tie it to Maggie's estate? Because if you don't tie it to
And so
Maggie's
it
estate,
will
we got
show on that
problems.
particular day that on June 7th, 2021, when he's being asked about these Ferris fees, the financial condition is not good. There's not that money there. He's extremely leveraged in the debt that he has, and it will be part of a history where he is forced to do all these things that we've been showing through Ms. Seconder to stay afloat and to stay one step ahead. For the jury to understand the reality of what he was facing, they have to understand
happy with
the
Creighton.
extent of what is being potentially exposed. They
At
have to
all.
understand why he would be doing these things and why he was out of time. This is not the kind of case where, and I don't know if you want legal argument at this point.
I want to know about Maggie's
but-
properties.
Well, I asked the question.
Yes, sir.
I guess this is still your answer. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. So anyway, this is the kind of
Ooh, he
case
looks pissed.
where, for example, he mentions the Bose case out of the gate. The Bose
Yes, he
case,
did.
the hearing was going to be that week. We will establish evidence that the hearing was to get access or get identification of his accounts. Once that happens, that he would be unable, there would be not long before what had been going on would be exposed. And what we're talking about, and this is really how it's different from some of the other res gestae and other cases that you're looking at, is it's really about the fear of what is about to be exposed. And what we're talking about, again, is a decade of malfeasance and misappropriation that ultimately would result in the charges that it's resulted in, as well as loss of his livelihood and loss of his law degree. And that's the real fear that was there. And when we look at June 7th in particular, at that point in time, he's out of options. We've heard from Ms. Seconder that in the past, if he'd been able to pay that money or repay that money,
Well, the
then
defense
he
isn't
could
even
always
listening. They're
kick that
talking
can
amongst
down the
themselves.
road. But on this particular day, the state believes we have evidence, and we believe it's a reasonable inference from those evidence that he was out of options. But for the jury to really understand what's going on, they have to understand the full picture of what this man has been doing and what he's been trying to hide. And frankly, what he was able to successfully hide in the wake of these murders. The bank witnesses will also establish
Maggie's
relevant specifically
property?
to this particular witness and the events that you've heard about, is that one of the first things that Mr. Murdaugh did, business related, was to secure $600,000. He got a loan from PSB, Palmetto State Banks, that wasn't even on the books. They just wired the money. Russell Lafitte wired the money, $350. He borrowed $250,000 from another person, and that's the $600 that he gave to
back to
Chris,
Chris Wilson.
that he used to talk Chris into telling PMPED that all 792 were back in the account. And so again, that's one of the first things he did to stave off the inquiry that very morning, 6/7/21, was to get that money in there, and it did. It staved off the inquiry. The fact that Ms. Seconder, there have been a number of things that have been occurring over a while, ultimately turned her attention back to Alec. It doesn't change the fact that it did effectively delay that time period and delay the ultimate detection of that. And he was able to put that money in, much as he was able to do when he stole the $125,000 from his brother, or he used the firm credit card, or what we see throughout this, throughout the extent of his financial matters. So the bank witness ultimately will establish two things. Number one is financial condition at the time.
I don't see how this
And
is
number
connected
two,
to Maggie.
his efforts in the wake of the murders to secure that additional money so that he could get enough back to Chris Wilson to talk him into telling the law firm that there was nothing to see here, that everything was okay. And frankly, it worked until two things happened. Number one, the Seconder started to look back at the Hirschberg matter, and then more importantly, and we have another law firm witness. I don't know what the check's up on the screen. Stand by for me, Your Honor.
He needs to tie it back.
They found this check right here, this very one,
bit
in his
more to
office,
Maggie, I
right
think.
around that same time in early September. And at that point in time, they knew that he had been lying to them about these particular fees. And that's what caused everything to unravel. And then, just like we see, Your Honor, with what happened on June 7th, 2021, within a short period of time, the side of the road happens. And Alec immediately claims that he was the victim of a horrible attack, and everyone immediately assumes that the bad guys are back. There's a symmetry, Your Honor, between what happens on the
And he's
side of the
admitted
road
doing that
and
himself
what happens
already.
on June 7th, because when the hounds are at the door, when Hannibal's at the gates for Alex Murdaugh, violence happens. And the same thing happened on the side of the road that happened on June 7th. And for this jury to understand the real picture of this man that I will remind Your Honor, I know you're well aware of, that they have already repeatedly put into issue
What about Maggie's
his
estate?
character and what a loving father he was and all the rest of it. They need to understand really what this man was hiding. And he was hiding something we have never seen before. And the pressures of that are important for the jury to understand why this man might do that.
Mr. Griffin, any?
I'm sure Mr. Griffin has a lot to say.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to respond. What you've heard thus far today does not establish that Hannibal's at the gate in any form or fashion. What you heard from Ms. Seconder, excuse me, is that what's the language she is? Hang on, I've got it right here. Quote, there's a history of trust and brotherhood in that firm, and that
That's not a strong argument for you,
some
Jim.
similar events have happened in the past where Alec had been overdrawn with the firm through loan checks or expense checks, and that eventually the money gets paid back and everyone goes about their merry way. I mean that is basically what she testified to, Your Honor, and this sort of concept that Alec committed murders to cause a delay in the firm investigating this diversion of fees was debunked by her own testimony, where she said, number one, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was going back in the hospital to die, and that I stopped in my tracks and I became a friend and stopped looking, and that Mr. Murdaugh did die. I mean, that's what stopped her conversation, and that's what stopped her inquiry on June the 7th.
Argument.
By her own testimony. And then you go forward, and then she says she passed it off to Lee Cope. And then Lee Cope kept following up, and he communicated with Mr. Wilson. And Mr. Wilson sent an email. Alec had gotten money back into the account. And frankly, Your Honor, if this plays out as we attach to our response, the draft transcript from the trial testimony in Russell Lafitte's case, that Mr. Murdaugh had in progress at Palmetto State Bank a loan application to get refinancing, and that Maggie's murder stopped and delayed that. And it had the complete opposite effect. He wasn't at the end of his rope. The murder of Maggie, if we have to play out this, the murder of Maggie actually caused a delay in the refinancing of the Edisto house, and it precluded getting additional loans from Moselle. And so those are the facts.
That's a fair argument.
And how murdering Maggie Murdaugh and murdering Paul Murdaugh eased his financial stress. It didn't. There's no financial gain, as we said. There's no life insurance. There's nothing to be gained by it.
They didn't talk about
no logical connection from his, disastrous financial house.
They didn't talk about Maggie's estate at all.
Potentially having to be answer to financial misconduct within the firm, losing his law license, being criminally prosecuted. First, and so it's all just a theory. There's no facts. It's all just a theory. But the theory is
there were a lot of facts there, Jim.
The best way out is for him to murder his wife and son.
That's where the
put
reach
himself
is.
Bullseye in that circle that you heard about in the testimony of this case.
That's where the reach
and that
is.
he is prime suspect number one because he's the father, he's the husband, He finds the bodies. They show up and he's holding a shotgun. And he does that to get out from under scrutiny of a $700,000 diversion of fees with a history of trust and brotherhood in that law firm. Your Honor, there is no logical connection whatsoever, and it does not lead to evidence of motive. And
Jim sounds nervous.
you know, we can have more testimony, but frankly, Your Honor, it doesn't meet. And then if we go into 403 and unfair prejudice, I mean, you heard a lot of unfair prejudice here, but the undue delay, confusion of the issues to the jury.
He's going through a
they've
403
got,
analysis.
you know, a whole lot more evidence about financial misconduct than they have about a murder and
That is
evidence
fair
of
at
guilt
this point.
in a murder case. And that's what this is all about.
Oh,
With
fair
regard
assessment.
to the list of other witnesses that Mr. Waters indicates that the state has,
They need to tie
for
it relevantly
purposes
to
of
the
the
murder.
court being able to do an analysis as to whether there's clear and convincing evidence. You have indicated with
It needs
regard
to
to
be
some of the
connected.
witnesses, some of the files you do not or did not contest them. But if you have a few employees from the law firm, including Lee Cope,
The court wants to hear from Lee. I do too.
Mr. Murdaugh's secretary or administrative assistant,
Paralegal. She's on the list.
excluding someone from the bank. Who's the other person you mentioned?
Well, we have also the Satterfield, which of course we have a confession of judgment for purposes of this hearing, that might be sufficient for the court's analysis, although the circumstances I think are very relevant. And then with the boat case, the one thing I want to add, and that would be Mark Tinsley in the boat case, is to understand the context of the boat case and understand how this all relates to everything, is not only was the discovery there being sought by Mr. Tinsley, but there will be testimony. And again, this is all in transcripts, which they have. And I don't know, I've talked with the defense about, obviously they don't have to concede and they'll be able to cross and all the rest of it. But, it is in transcripts. They've had a chance to review it.
Creighton, the
whether or not
defense
that's
has to
sufficient,
fight you on this.
at least for an in-camera determination. But one of the things that Mark Tinsley will say was the very aggressive posture which they were taking in the boat case, which meant that Alex Murdaugh was not a defendant of convenience, that the goal of the litigation, at least as it related to him, was a personal recovery. And that is why he was proceeding so aggressively in that particular case. Mark Tinsley will also say that, and we'll talk about how that litigation was going, but we'll also say that after the crimes of June 7th, 2021, that landscape completely changed. This was an extremely significant liability, and the testimony will be that that aggressive posture, seeking a personal recovery from Alex Murdaugh, actually of $10 million, that they weren't coming off that, and that was the manner in which that litigation was going. Once the murders happened, that was done. And Mr. Tinsley will testify to that, at least the posture that they were taking.
Jim is like, am I allowed to talk or not?
Well, the court has heard sufficient amount of, received sufficient amount of evidence to make a determination regarding clear and convincing evidence involving the law firm, and I do not need to hear from Mr. Cope or the other witness, what's her name? Ms. Griswold, in order to make that determination of there being clear and convincing evidence. With regard to Satterfield, you do have a confession of judgment, which the court has not seen or reviewed. With regard to the boat case, there's been no testimony. In the record regarding the impact of that on Mr. Murdaugh's
He's narrowing down the witness list
state of
tomorrow.
mind or the like, So Mr. Tinsley, and particularly considering the representations by counsel that the plaintiffs in that case were just seeking a financial statement, basically. And so the court can hear from Mr. Tinsley, review the confession of judgment, then hear arguments from the parties once again regarding the admissibility of all of this as relates to these other bad acts, and also the limitation on this, if any.
Yes, sir. Two matters right now. I do have the confession of judgment, which I can mark, as well as the disbarment.
To show the consequences.
Require a full-blown trial on these matters for the court to make a determination of clear and convincing evidence.
I do have two issues. It would be, of course, we have the bank witnesses to establish that financial condition, and there's that.
He said he didn't need it.
This is also included. I overlooked mentioning the bank witness.
I do have and we can definitely do that in the morning. I do have a problem, unfortunately, that Mr. Tinsley is not available in the morning, but can be here first thing Monday morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
We can handle the bank witnesses in the morning.
Gonna draw out.
And again, we do have a transcript.
We have filed a separate motion with the court
Jim.
on the admissibility of essentially Mr.
Jim,
Tinsley's
it's your
testimony
case.
for any consideration by the court because he's giving, a legal opinion. It's a judicial decision. It's not Mr. Tinsley's decision, and we've submitted that to the court. So we don't think anything Mr. Tinsley has to say would be relevant. We'd be prepared to argue that tomorrow or tonight if you'd like.
Well, I haven't received that motion.
Here's a clocked-in copy.
When was it clocked in?
January 24th, 2023.
January 24th. Last Tuesday.
The judge is like,
When was that? Last Tuesday?
damn, y'all. It's fair.
Until Mr. Tinsley is available, and then we can press on with the other witnesses tomorrow morning before the jury gets here at 11:30. We'll start at 9:30. Hopefully that 2-hour window will be sufficient with a break in there somewhere. Regarding the Satterfield matter, what's the defense's position on that?
There's a confession of judgment.
Your Honor, we agree that they have a confession of judgment. We agree that there's an order disbarring him for that conduct, and they concluded that confession of judgment, even though it has a disclaimer, Anyway, the Supreme Court concluded that is an admission, so for purposes of disbarment, and I'd be hard-pressed to argue against
Correct.
that satisfying, clear, and convincing standard.
Correct.
Satterfield issue separately. Aside from the court
The court's like, if you can't find your date, fuck it, we're going on.
determining just the issues in general regarding whether or not this testimony should be admitted on motive, identity, common scheme, race geste. There's a separate issue regarding remoteness. And of course, I know the
2019 is not that remote, though.
state believes that this is a thread that's woven through all of one thing to the other that culminates in the conduct on June 7th. We'll hear arguments on that later.
Not
When?
to belabor the point, the additional ground would be
Not to belabor the point.
consciousness of guilt,
As I belabor the point.
Disability, and again, that's kind of what we're talking about. I mean, that
Consciousness of guilt
under
goes
404,
after.
but the case law is long. The consciousness of guilt is fear of detection is the basis
You
for it.
submitted something on that?
I'll get you some additional cases on that, Your Honor. We'll have that for you.
They're just adding other grounds.
Not sure what act he is going under the consciousness of guilt prong.
We would love to hear it, Creighton.
This, I don't know what he's talking about.
Court's like, neither do
I
I.
don't know either. We'll see.
Again, it's
He did hire
he's
someone to
trying
shoot him.
to
Hide.
avoid
Detection.
facing life without parole and the loss of his livelihood. And for the jury to understand that, it's more than just $792,000. It's this entire
Jim is
time
like this
period.
again.
And that is really the issue, is avoiding that detection.
Okay, well, we've
The judge is like, great.
done enough on this day. We'll resume at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all, I think Judge Newman said it best when he said, "We've done enough on this day." That's all for this episode. I'm currently finishing up with part 3. Right now, I'm actually in the process of going through Mark Tinsley's proffer. There's so much more to come for this, and it's been a lot of fun. I appreciate y'all being here, and we will see you next time. And I'll go ahead and, as they say, roll the outro.